I think we're ready to go. Oh, we a little early? Mine says 5:31. That's what mine? Okay. Let's get started. Councilmember McEwen, you want to start us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Looks like we have a pretty full closed session, but we do have one member of the public that wants to speak. Let me go ahead and call the roll. I'm sorry, call the roll and get
Let's make
started.
sure we're here.
Yes.
Councilmember McCown.
I'm here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Here.
Councilmember O'Day. Present. And Mayor Vasquez.
Present.
And yes, for closed session, you do have one request to speak, and I believe it's Denise Barton.
And there she is, Denise Barton.
We should probably call the item first, though, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's go through this. Okay, closed session. We have several legal and existing litigation. We have McGraw Bruni versus the City of Santa Monica, conference with labor negotiation and its bargaining unions, Administrative Team Association, Municipal Employee Association, Public Attorneys Union. We have a conference with Real Property Negotiator. It's 1241 5th Street, and the owner is Alon Roma. We have more existing litigation. It's the NBAA, National Business Aircraft Association versus the City of Santa Monica. Part 16, proceeding FAA docket number 161404. Then we have, again, City of Santa Monica versus United States of America. The United States Courts of Appeal for the 9th District case number 14-55583. Next we have threatened part 16 proceeding, Atlantic Aviation. Next one we have one case, part 16 proceedings regarding leasing policy. The next one we have anticipated litigation. This is 423 through 429 Ocean Avenue. And then we have Perry et al. Versus City of Santa Monica and Mario Caro, Los Angeles Superior Court case number SC 116102. And finally, the last one we have is Smith et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica, Part 16 proceedings, FAA docket number 16-16-2. And now you have one request to speak.
Thank you. Denise Barton.
Good evening. A look at other election year airport action that never stands up in court, as can be seen by the present number of Part 16 proceedings regarding the airport. I hate to have to say this, but because of the residents who are trying to play for votes in the election, I feel I have to. The City Council has been told by the FAA that the airport is going to remain an airport until at least 2023. Yet by the wording of the new leasing policy, it would appear that you are trying to change the use of the airport from aviation uses by June 30th, 2018. Would that be a criminal action? I mean, you told the FAA that you understood what they said despite the appeal, but then you proceed on like the FAA said nothing. And once again, as a resident, I object to my millions of tax dollars being used for election votes in a case you can't win. I guess this just follows your normal procedure of lying to the resident voters. Remember Luce, the new zoning ordinance, Bergamot Station, are all issues like the airport that you've lied to pass previously. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to our city attorney. It looks like we have a pretty full docket here. Are we going to make it by 6:30? What do you think, 7? We'll say 6:45 and we'll do our best. We'll go into closed session. I think we're all back. We'll go ahead and reconvene after our closed session and have our city attorney report out.
Happy to report out, Mayor. In the closed session this evening, the council discussed all of the items listed on the closed session agenda. We have settlements to vote on publicly in a couple of them. In the case entitled Magruder versus City of Santa Monica, this is a case in which a little boy got a very bad gash in his leg on a bolt that was sticking out from a sandbox in a city park. We're recommending settlement of this case in the amount of $30,000.
Move settlement.
It's been moved and second. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember McCown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Helmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
And then the other case is entitled Petrie versus City of Santa Monica. This is a bus accident case in which a Big Blue bus pulled into a vehicle. The older woman driving the vehicle suffered an injury to her shoulder, which required surgery. We are recommending settlement of the Petrie case in the amount of $20,000.
I'll move it. Second.
It's been moved and second. Can we get a roll call?
Sure. Councilmember McCown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Helmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So that's unanimous.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item 2A, if we can get 2A.
We have item 2A is the city manager's report, downtown construction update, and you have no request to speak.
You're on, city manager.
Mr. Mayor, before we turn to the scheduled item, I wanted to make an announcement that I neglected to follow up on, to recognize the 100th anniversary of something called the Dudley Club, which I believe was named after a former mayor of Santa Monica, one of your illustrious predecessors. Back in 1916, this junior tennis tournament began, and it continues this Saturday, March 26th. Matches are going to be played at Reed Park, the Ocean View Courts, Santa Monica High School, and the Riviera Tennis Club. It's open to boys and girls in age categories from 10 to 18, and of course has both singles and doubles competition. It's going to host over 300 young people from all over Southern California, and also some from outside the United States. The tournament director, Bill Nisley, has been doing this for over 40 years. And our mayor and State Senator Ben Allen will be honoring Mr. Nisley for his service to this part of the tradition of Santa Monica. If you go downstairs, there's this wonderful mosaic from the early days of this city hall, which prominently features the tennis players. So a long tradition of tennis in our community. At any rate, this Saturday at 9 a.m. at Reed Park, Senator Allen and Mayor Vasquez will be honoring Mr. Nisley for his service to the Dudley Cup. So I apologize for not having the opportunity to put that on the agenda prior to the preparation, but since it's not an item of action, I think we're in compliance with the Brown Act. I just want to say one word about the presentation we're about to make from our city staff, from our Public Works Director, Martin Pastucha, and from our Planning Director, David Martin. And that is, the community of Santa Monica has put up with a tremendous amount of construction. The Expo Line's $1.5 billion regional project that is now almost entirely finished and will open on May 20th. Coincident with that, of course, we're doing, as you'll hear, the Esplanade, the California Incline, federally funded project occurring at the same time, some private construction occurring at the same time. We have done everything we could as a community, working with merchants, with the Downtown Santa Monica Association, with our other public partners at Metro and the Expo Authority to minimize the impact of all of these construction projects on our residents and on our visitors. But it's been a headache, no question about it. Not the nightmare that many people expected and predicted, but it has been very discouraging for people who've wanted to visit their downtown and have found sometimes that they've had to put up with construction delays. We've worked very hard with Know Before You Go to let people have advance warning of these construction delays, but not everybody has the opportunity or thinks to figure that out in advance. So what we're doing tonight is giving you a report on how all that's going, and I think we can say there is light at the end of the incline.
Council, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for that introduction, lead up to it. So the first project we want to talk about tonight is the California Incline Bridge replacement. As you may be aware, last April 20th, we shut down the incline. For the last 10 months, the city has been rebuilding this, 90% complete. As you can see down, the concrete construction is done. The construction crews are currently working on the concrete barrier that will separate the pedestrian walkway and bicycle path from the cars. And very shortly later this month, the crews will be starting on the pedestrian bridge, which is, next slide. These are the images of the pedestrian bridge that are there. Both the incline and the pedestrian bridge, because of the opportunity and the foresight that council had to allow us to go ahead, extending this closure for a little while longer, we hope to have both facilities open by the July 4th weekend. So we are moving along. They'll start on this pedestrian bridge very shortly and accelerate construction moving forward. We have everything in place. We're just finishing up the final design work, and we'll move forward from there. As the city manager mentioned, another big project that we've been working on has been the Expo Light Rail, and coordinating that with our partners, the Expo Light Rail Authority, as well as Metro Construction. Where we're at this point in time is most of the facilities are done. They're doing some landscaping at the terminus station at 4th Street, and we wanted to show you a picture of the final fencing that has gone along inside the separating the lines that we had come to earlier, I think December of this year, to get authorization to move forward with on that. It's again a blue poles and upper rail with the silver mesh, so it's visible but not overly intrusive. But that's done in time. The next one is the Colorado Esplanade. As the city manager mentioned, we've had a lot of work going on in the Esplanade. It's been a project both affecting 4th and Colorado at 2nd, and Colorado Ocean Avenue. We have been recently working on the intersections. We finished the work on the north side of the street. We've been working on the intersection of 4th and Colorado, which should be done this week. We have been working on Ocean and Colorado. We were fortunate enough to get that done before the rains hit, so we were able to get out of there with the work that needs to be done there. And at 2nd and Colorado, we were able to reestablish that north-south connection between the downtown and Main Street in the new configuration last November. They'll be moving forward now with completing the work on each of the south side of the Esplanade. They'll be establishing the scramble walk intersections at 4th and Colorado, 2nd and Colorado, Ocean, Colorado, make sure I'm in the right direction here. And then the sidewalk, there'll be additional landscaping. There'll be 37 more Mexican sycamore trees. They'll be going on the south side of Colorado, bringing a total to 100 new trees on that street. And they'll be establishing the yellow poles here, which will be going along the south side, which will be the support system for the string lightings, which will go across the street. You can see a sample of how that string lighting looks in front of the current expo station at the terminus. You'll see that now, and that'll be the continuation all the way through. Next is the Transoriented Development Site. This is adjacent to the light rail station here. This is 4th Street in Colorado. This is the site, the temporary site that we have established that council authorized last year to allow us to provide for a shuttle service and kiss and ride that will be able to come in here, so that as patrons exit the light rail station, they'll be able to go over here and get the drop-off pickup, as well as the shuttle rides for various businesses that will come forward there. And then there are 2 new bus stops that are here on the corner of 5th Street and Colorado, just north, to provide north and south drop off for those who want to connect to the light rail station from the bus or from the light rail to the bus line and move out through the big bus system. That project, again, is moving forward. We have completed all the underground utilities. We've completed the base materials installed. 90% of the concrete work is complete. We've got some remaining items, some remaining final asphalt work, some lighting, landscaping, electrical and irrigation connections. We may be a little behind on the electrical work because of SCE, who has to provide the connection for us. They're moving a little bit behind. That might be a possible delay, but we should have the site completed in early May, hopefully in time to at least be able to start utilizing that for the opening of the light rail line, with the finishing work to come forward from there. So again, the SCE work may affect the lighting, and then the irrigation has some work we have to do with the LA Department, County Department of Public Health, for the approval of reclaimed water irrigation connection there. But things are moving forward, and we're continuing to progress on that project. One other portion of the 4th Street pedestrian improvements. This is work that you probably see now associated probably with the Colorado Esplanade, but it's on 4th Street just north of Colorado. And it's a widening the street there, provide better pedestrian access from those exiting the stations. It will provide these sort of iconic fixtures along the street lights that go along north between Colorado and Broadway on 4th Street going northbound, and it'll add some additional landscaping separators between the sidewalk and the roadway on Colorado, provide more of a welcoming element. This was done through an Expo grant. Currently, the light fixtures are under fabrication, so it's going to take a little time, but this work should be done by Labor Day. Parking structure 5, this is a rendering of what the final TI improvements will look like. This is to add the transit services, public restrooms, and a small retail space. The public restrooms will be those that will accommodate Metro riders, as well as downtown patrons and those who utilize the parking structure. Area here, the offices for the Big Blue Bus will be the transit center and provide one-stop shop for customers who want to look for Big Blue parking, Big Blue bus passes and parking passes, and then a small retail space. But what it does is it establishes a new facade here along 4th Street, and currently there's a step down and an area into that. It pulls that out, so it'll now be level with the sidewalk. So it's really going to improve that whole access point there and really sort of eliminate a darkened area that exists there now. That project, again, is moving forward. We're a little behind on the design. It's taking a little longer than we want. We've had a lot of participant discussion on the design of the particular project. There'll be some temporary trailers on the site to house the Big Blue Bus staff and the parking structure folks there. That'll be there from probably start the base for the park for the temporary trailers will start in October. Probably have the trailers in place by March. And then at that point, construction will start from March until September of 2017. So we're, again, a bit behind, but that's in the process of getting forward. Another big project we've been working on is the elevator replacements for parking structures 2, 4, and 5. A total of 9 elevators have been taken down and rebuilt. These were elevators that were established in the 60s. While they were operating, they tend to have breakdowns and other issues. So also they weren't able to accommodate gurneys. We need to have at least one elevator in each parking structure to accommodate gurneys for the fire department if there's an injury or a response that they needed to make on the upper floors. They couldn't get their ambulances up there, so this allows them to provide that access point. So we've got 8 of the 9 elevators are working at this point in time. We should have the last one finished here in April. We've actually been working with Southern California Edison as well as to provide additional electrical circuitry there to improve the electrical circuitry, improve the performance of the structure of the elevators as well. That's helped to sort of break that circuit up and provide a more dedicated source of power. One project that folks may be familiar with, we've recently had some problems with parking structure 1. Again, that's a parking structure that's about 50. It was built in the 60s, so it's 50 closing in on 60 years old. We've gotten there and had to do some assessments. This is a structural engineer came in, required us to do some additional shoring to hold up the area. And we've had some deterioration to some of the concrete structures because of standing water from Danes and other issues. So we've got an evaluation going on in process now. We'll start the construction here next year to finish this up. But in the meantime, we've taken the necessary steps to ensure the safety of the public who utilize that facility. Dry standpipes, this is really just to replace a public safety issue for parking structures 4 and 5 to provide the fire department connections, revitalized connections to ensure that if there is an ever need, they've got them there. Parking structures 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10, this is really just an assessment by a structural engineer who's going to go back and look at all these older parking structures to ensure that we identify any particular issues that may come up as a result of the age of these structures. Again, most of these are from the 60s. And just part of our normal maintenance program to ensure that we have done everything possible to ensure the structures are repaired. We look at advertising the scope of work for these repairs probably in July of this year. July, advertise, probably bring it to council for award in October, and then we'll start construction next November through the following July. And those will be done at a time in a time sensitive to the fact that those are active structures, and we have a lot of patrons that utilize those. One of the other projects we have going on now is to take a look at bollards replacement. These were the old bollards that were established in the downtown area. As you can see, they are on both Broadway and Santa Monica. They were the bollards that are the exits by the alleys to prevent cars from driving on the sidewalk purposes. These are bollards that were done with decorative tile. The tile was brought from, I believe it was either Spain or Italy, and the availability of tile is no longer available, so we can't match the existing tiles. Can't find any tiles to replace them. So we're basically going to take them out and have them match the rest of the bollards that exist along the 3rd Street Promenade. And as I said, I'm sorry, going back to that one, that project will start in April next month and be done in July. So it's a relatively quick project. Another one that we're working on is the Bike Technology Demonstration Project. This was a project we're working on with PCD and the bike personnel. It's really a demonstration project for various bike technology, as the title indicates. It'll be things like adding bike boxes, similar here where you can see the bike boxes here is one at 11th and Broadway, another one at Michigan and Lincoln, bike racks at various locations, bike loop detectors. These are an idea of bike loop detectors that would exist in the pavement here. So as the bike comes up, it would activate the signal so the bikes are able to get green time to move forward. And also video detection, which you can see here as an example where the video camera would be there, be able to detect the bikes that are at the intersections. In addition, there will be bike locks that will be established on various bike racks, and then green bike lanes, as I said, green bike boxes like here, not only loop detectors, but the green bike boxes to show preference for those on our bicycle corridors. These are really just demonstration projects so that you can see the various types of loop detectors that would exist in the ground to indicate to the bicycles where to put their bikes to be activated so that the signals can move. Next, the Palisades Park Landscape Replacement Project. This is really to replace the grass areas that exist here and here now, sort of orientation. This is the entry to the Santa Monica Pier here, and Ocean Avenue would be here. It's right at that entrance there where it seems to be a very large gathering spot. A lot of the turf gets tore up and landscaping gets destroyed. So this will take out the turf, put in drought tolerant landscaping, as well as fencing to sort of definitively define that area and provide better pedestrian access, but also be one of our demonstration gardens for sustainable landscaping. And certainly last but not least is the Santa Monica Pier Bridge Replacement Project. As we indicated when we started the California Incline, we would do this after certainly the incline was done and several years of moving forward. Council will recall they authorized us to move forward with the environmental review phase, which we're currently doing now. We'll have the final EIR hopefully certified coming back to the council sometime in 2017 for certification. We'll hopefully have design completed after that in 2019 and construction start in late 2019 and have it done by 2021. So that's really a summary of just sort of the major projects we have going on now and those that we'll see in the future. I'll turn it over to David.
Great, thank you, Martin. Good evening. I'll wait for Denise to pull up my slides here. There we go. So I'm going to go over a few projects that are really right adjacent to the downtown terminus station. And these projects are significant because we work closely with the developers of these projects during the construction phase, because they were under construction at the same time as Expo and the same time as a lot of other things going on in the downtown. So we had a committee where everyone got together and figured out how we could best help these projects through the process. So first, starting with the ArcLight, this was a very challenging project. Not only was it building a movie theater on top of an apartment, but it was also there were issues with the crane for the project. So there was a lot of coordination that happened with Martin's folks and with other contractors in the area to make that project work. They actually got in there and got out pretty quick, and this project opened in the fall of 2015, last fall. And then there was a Step Up on Colorado project. This is 33 SRO units and 1 manager unit. This is right across 5th Street from the terminus station. And again, this was a very tight site, a very challenging project with everything else that was going on in the area. But they were able to finish the project last fall, and people are now living in the building. And then there's the 2 hotel projects that are under construction at 5th and Colorado. This is the Courtyard Marriott. Construction started in the fall of 2014. And we expect that this project will be done probably early September of this year. So I talked to the developer this morning, and they're anticipating, he said probably September. The contractor says summer, so there's a little overlap there. So we'll see how that works out. And then Hampton Inn across the street, this is lagging a little bit, but they still think fall of 2016. So both of the hotels should be open before the holidays. And then finally, I wanted to mention the scramble intersections. There are 12 scramble intersections going into the downtown. 3 of them will happen when the Esplanade is built, because the intersection of 4th, doing what Martin did now, 4th, 2nd, and Main, and Ocean, they all have scramble intersections as part of the construction. Then there's an additional 11 scramble intersections throughout the downtown. So those will all be in by the end of June. So that completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And again, members of the council and members the presentation showed, will continue to rehabilitate and to reinvest in our public infrastructure downtown. The huge projects, the impactful projects, the ones that have put up K-rails and disrupted traffic, are going to be coming down this coming summer. So we're 2, 3, 4 months away, depending on which project it is, from Expo opening, the Esplanade being finished, and the incline being open. Big steps forward for mobility in our community, and we again really appreciate all of the cooperation by residents, by merchants, and by visitors. It's been a real challenge. I also want to thank the staff. They have done an extraordinary job. This is not the only thing that they work on. We have a whole other set of projects throughout the entire city. The Fairview Library is about to reopen. We're doing our annual sewer replacement, our annual storm drain replacement, our annual street paving, and a whole series of projects throughout the city. But the staff worked enormously diligently and cooperatively to minimize the impacts on individual merchants or on particular areas of the downtown, and to do as much as possible to keep the public informed to minimize inconvenience. A lot of challenges, and the light again is blazing there. We should see some real improvement, and hopefully people will feel like what we've put up with will have been worth the wait.
You know, I wasn't a big fan of the putting a fence down the center down the expo, but I noticed this week when I took my bike ride down there, it looks pretty nice. It kind of blends in, especially with the concrete, because of that color code that whoever selected it. But I thought it was pretty nice. I don't know if there's any questions of staff. If not, we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar.
Now we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 2 requests to speak.
We have Denise Barton and I think it's Asha. Oh, McPherson, yeah. Andrea McPherson, I think it is. Denise Barton, I see coming up.
Good evening. Let's begin with item 3I. The city wants to go into providing broadband internet service to businesses in the city. And look, the city wants the residents to pay a monthly increase of over $4,000 so they can have a bigger office workspace. Please tell me, since the resident taxpayers seem to be responsible for this business's expenses, will the residents get a share in the profits the business makes? Again, because you're making us pay the startup costs. Next, item 3G. Why does the city have its own bus system and not use it for youth and senior trips, instead of paying over $80,000 for charter bus service? Then item 3G, task force to find locations for additional groundwater wells, which will also have to be monitored for the chemical groundwater contaminant dioxane. And finally, item 3C, how can you have any kind of local hazard mitigation planning with the traffic nightmare you've created? So one wonders what lies you're telling for funding, considering the actual plan wasn't posted last night. What, don't you want the residents
Thank you.
to see the lies? Thank you.
Andrea McPherson?
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea, and I want to speak about items 3C, Local Hazmat Mitigation Plan. Item 3F, a grant for urban services security, and the award for $572,872. The police want $200,000 worth. The fire department wants $177,000 worth for UASI. Finally, hazmat, $55,833. Helping these different departments could help us clean up the streets of Santa Monica. I do agree. When you clean up the streets, you have to deal with homelessness, of course. I'm going to give it to you from my perspective. I'm homeless, okay? My car was vandalized October the 3rd, 2015. And I haven't got a call back yet from the police. So if that money could fund them so that they can help people out like me, that would be honestly great. Also, the police, since they do come out and they do try to control the homelessness, for some reason, maybe it can counsel them on how to speak to people with mental illnesses. Also, the fire department, me calling them, asking them for help because there's a rotten smell in the tent, in the shelter that I was staying in. They told me you're free to go somewhere else. That's the scariest thing to hear from the fire department. Also, hazmat. When I called hazmat out, they told me that rotten egg smell that overcomes a tent for 69 beds, 1 window, is H2S.
Thank you. Council members, is there any items anybody wishes to pull?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
I'm sorry, I want to
you
pull item 3K.
3K, whoops.
I will hold my motion.
Any others? Seeing no others, we'll go ahead and 3K. If we can have item 3K called.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Oh, Councilman McEwen.
I made a motion to adopt the consent calendar, but given that there had been someone who wanted to pull it who hadn't spoken up yet, I will hold that motion until we resolve the issues or apparent issues with 3K. So the motion is tabled.
Okay, so we need a motion and we need a second in order to go forward with the consent calendar minus item 3K.
Well, I thought maybe we would discuss item
wants to wait.
3K and resolve that, and then I'd make a motion for the entire consent calendar.
We're going to do it this way.
I guess we could do it either way, right?
Either way works.
Okay. Let's go ahead. 3K.
I pulled, shall I say why I pulled it?
Well, let
Oh, sorry.
her call it first.
Sorry, Denise.
Sorry.
Okay, item 3K is award RFP to execute professional services agreement to provide professional assurance services for the city's human service grant program.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Amrell, Human Services. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, so here are my questions about this item. So the first thing I saw was that the item, that the RFP was issued on December 21st, and that the bids were closed on January 8th. And that just seemed an unusual time to me to be taking bids, since most people are not around, and it would be hard to be making bids for people during that time.
So we were very aware of the challenges that the holiday season presented. Human Services worked closely with finance to develop a posting window that made sense, or that we thought made sense considering those circumstances, and we agreed to the 22-day posting window, which was in excess of the required 10-day window. And we made special effort to monitor the number of vendors that the RFP was sent to, as well as the number who downloaded the RFP in the early days of that posting. Within the first week, all 11 vendors that would go on to download it had already downloaded it. And so from that perspective, we thought that a group of 11 was a pretty good group to choose from, and felt comfortable moving forward the process at that time.
Well, but you had 11 downloads. You didn't get 11 bids.
No, we did not. We in the end, we only received 2 bids, and that's unfortunate. We were looking forward to receiving bids from all 11 vendors who had downloaded, and there really is no way for us to monitor up until the deadline how many of those will actually submit bids. So we had planned on receiving bids on that final day, but we just got the 2.
So I understand. I guess and maybe this is, it just seems to me that if you are issuing an RFP on the 21st of December and you close it on January 8th, it's calculated to not have many responses. And what I wonder is why those were the dates picked.
So there certainly was no intent on the part of city staff to limit responses. And as I said, we were monitoring closely to make sure that we thought sufficient folks had downloaded that. We started this process in early December, preparing the RFP and working with finance to arrive at a draft that was suitable for posting. And it took us until the 21st to get it posted. I think that there was some hope amongst staff that we would have done it a few days earlier, but given that it was the 21st and that we had a 22 days total in the window, we thought that that was sufficient, and that early returns seemed to bear that out. Unfortunately, we did only receive the 2 submissions.
So you ended up having 2 bidders, one of whom has done this contract for 20 years, is that right?
That is correct.
And the second bidder who wasn't identified, right? Now, was the 20-year contractor of ours the low bidder?
Yes, the 20-year contractor was the low bidder.
Because typically we do have that information too. And was consideration given to the fact that generally in picking people to, and I understand that audit may not be the correct term, but to look at the series of grantees who they're looking at, who they've probably been looking at for 20 years, most of them, right? That sometimes it's better to switch it up.
Certainly consideration was given to that, and I think that that's part of why staff was looking forward to really looking at a robust group of applicants to consider for the process. But given that we only had the 2 to compare in the end, staff reviewed proposals for both parties and moved forward with the recommendation to re-recommend the contract to stay with Levitt and Rosenblum CPAs.
Was there any follow-up with the 9 vendors who didn't respond?
There was no follow-up with the non-responsive vendors.
Well, I will reluctantly move this item But I really hope that when you do this again in 3 years, this is a 3-year contract?
This is it's a 1-year contract with 4 options to renew, so potentially as many as 5 years.
1 year with, have we ever gone out for bid at any time before the final renewal was over?
Not to my knowledge.
So, look, my problem is with the process. I don't know who these folks are. I don't know who the other person was, and I don't know who the other 9 people are. But I can tell you that if I were out there bidding on something on December 21st that had to be back on January 8th, I wouldn't get my bid in either. And I just think that that it's a problem with the process. So that's my only comment, and that was why I brought it forward. And on that note, I will move this item.
Yeah, actually,
guess-
if you have no further concerns on item 3K, I will reintroduce my motion for the entirety of the consent calendar, including 3K.
There you go.
Would you second that? Oh, good.
All right, it's been moved and second. We need a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor, we had city manager in the queue?
Just briefly to respond, the points you make, Councilmember, are valid. We certainly raised similar questions. No intent was made to submarine open bidding. As it turned out, we didn't have near the responses we hoped. So we certainly hear you and the rest of the council loud and clear. We take open bidding very seriously and appreciate your support. We will continue to always try to do better.
Okay.
A roll
Ready
call
for the
vote?
vote. Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 7-0.
Okay,
Unanimous.
so next we have item 7A, second reading and adoption of an ordinance regulating lobbying.
Move adoption.
It's been moved. And a second. It's moved by Councilmember Liam Davis and second by Sue Hemmerich. Seeing nobody in the queue, we'll go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous, 7-0.
Next we have item 8A, leasing policy for the Santa Monica Airport, and you have 19 requests to speak.
How do I pull this one up? Okay.
That's you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, we'd like to present to you an airport leasing policy. This is in direct response to previous direction that you provided to staff. And this leasing presented to standardize certain leasing procedures, to incorporate legal obligations that we may have to protect the neighbors from incompatible land uses, and to make sure that we have a stable and viable airport fund. Let me go directly here to the recommended actions because there's 2 of them. The first is that the City Council approve the leasing policy as presented and to authorize the city manager to begin to negotiate and execute leases at the Santa Monica Airport, of course, that he finds that are consistent and congruent with the leasing policy. Let me begin by explaining some of the policy principles which are the foundation for the policy. One of the fundamental purposes of government, of course, is to promote health and safety of its residents, and that's what this policy is intended to do, to promote the health and safety of the residents. Secondly, it's to make sure that the airport pays its way. The airport fund currently owes about $13.1 million to the city general fund. and it's important that that money be repaid. Third is to comply with the city's rights and legal obligations as a landlord. And of course, for many years, we've provided at the airport opportunities for arts, for education, for culture, for recreation, and the policies intended to support those uses. Fifth is to create procedures for administration and evaluation in our decision making. And then lastly, of course, is to develop environmental sensitivity standards for the nearby surrounding communities. Let's turn our attention now to the application of the leasing policy. The application of the leasing policy is intended to do three things. First is to standardize leasing decisions, of which there will be many in the next few months to come. So it's important that we have a standardized process. Secondly, it's also intended to promote transparent tenant recruitment, selection, and management, because as vacancies occur, it's important that we have a transparent process for recruiting tenants, because after all, this is public property. And then third and last is to establish standards of performance for relative to tenants, so that we make sure that we're finding tenants that are compatible with the surrounding community and that are capable and able and willing, of course, to pay market fair rents. Let's turn now to the current leasing environment. As you could see here, we have 629 total tenants, of which 306 are direct tenants of the city, meaning they contract them directly with the city of Santa Monica. We also have 6 master tenants who in turn have 323 subtenants. So together there's either direct or indirect 629 tenants at the airport. And that means, and that means that the airport obviously is a major operation. It's one of the biggest assets that the city has, and it requires good management and proper administration. Now let's turn our attention now to this next slide, which is the master tenants and subtenants by category. As you can see on the slide here, there's six master tenants: American Flyers, Atlantic Aviation, etc. You could see them yourself here. You'll note that I put 3 asterisks by Gunnell Properties, because as of February 29th, Gunnell Properties is actually no longer a tenant of the city. And I knew that obviously at the time that I put together the PowerPoint, but I wanted to take the opportunity to explain that they're no longer a tenant of the city, and that their 78 subtenants are now basically in somewhat of a limbo, and that's part of the reason that we have to adopt a leasing policy, is to make sure that we have a standard procedure for dealing with the 78 tenants that are out there. Let me go now to the issue of our direct tenants, of which, as I mentioned, we have about 300 or so. And these 4 represent the overwhelming majority. We have a lot of offices. In fact, let me look here real quick. We have 193,000 square feet of office. We have hangars that the city owns, of which there's 57, and those total 145,000 square feet. And then we also lease the ground on which hangars sit. There's about 85 of those. And then we have about 300 tie downs, where you basically just tie your aircraft to the ground through chains. In addition to those, we also have these other 4 important but minor in terms of the numbers of tenants that are direct tenants of the city. We have parking lots that we rent out to car dealerships. We have numerous cultural facilities such as the museum, the artists, the art studios, the theaters. We have a couple restaurants, and of course, maintaining the facility requires that we have some maintenance facilities. Let me go now to why does the city need a leasing policy? And there's 4 reasons. I'll deal with each one individually. And those are the 4: to acknowledge the FAA regulations and comply with the city charter, promote health and safety, and to repay the debt. Let's start with acknowledging the FAA regulations. We acknowledge that there may be certain regulations that apply to the airport here at the city of Santa Monica. And in fact, there's a couple that we agree with, and they're here listed on the screen. One of them is non-discrimination. This city is well known for its progressive attitude, and we're certainly not a city that discriminates, and we have no intention of discriminating, so we agree with FAA there. We also agree with the idea that no private entity should be given an exclusive right without some sort of bidding process. So we agree with that regulation as well. Let me now turn to compliance with the city charter. As you all know, in 2014, there was a measure that was passed, Measure LC, local control, that was overwhelmingly approved on a 60-40 vote. And so this leasing policy reflects compliance with what is now actually the city charter. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, it's to promote the health and safety of the nearby residents. Excuse me, I have to take my Marco Rubio moment here and get some water. Okay. Let's go on to the fourth and final reason, the airport leasing revenues. As you can see here in the blue, 67% of all the funds that come into the airport come from leasing. And the other two are landing fees, which I'm not sure the color because I don't see colors very well, but it's the second one. And then the third one are others. So that's really a critical reason why the leasing policy has to be adopted, because the lease revenues represent such an important part of the revenues that come to the airport. And we're looking to charge market rents and in order to retire that debt obligation that the airport has to the general fund. So now let's talk about the benefits of the leasing policy, and I've identified four. The first is that it minimizes uncertainty. As I've mentioned, there may be uncertainty as to what the city's intentions are relative to leasing, and this will help clarify that. And also provides us direction. We have to administer the airport, and we have to do that in an efficient way, an effective way, and having the direction from you all allows us to do that. Third, we have a couple real estate brokers under contract, CRG and Aeroplex, and they get paid on commission, so they need to be instructed as to what type of tenants we're looking for so that they can find those tenants for us. And then, of course, this being a public property, we want to provide public notice as to the type of tenants that we're looking for and just be transparent in our approach. So let me now turn to some of the highlights of the leasing policy, of which there's a couple slides starting with this one. We're looking for tenants that are compatible with the local community, and that's spelled out in the leasing policy what that means. A second highlight is that if the policy is approved as presented, the authority to enter into lease agreements will reside with the city manager, provided that that he finds that the lease is consistent with the policy, and provided that the lease does not go beyond June 2018. A third highlight is here we're looking to lease the space at market rent, at fair market rent. Whatever the market happens to be on that day is the agreement that we want to reach with any potential leasee. And then these last three here is a treatment of existing tenants. As I mentioned earlier, we have about 78 subtenants out there that were former subtenants of Gunnell, and we've given them notice in late February that if they were interested in staying, that we would provide that opportunity, provided they filled out an application and went through the process. And of course, filling out the application does not commit us, it just commits us to listening to and reviewing their application. And as I said a couple of minutes ago, we're looking to cooperate with real estate brokers. And then another highlight is to phase out master tenants and phase out subtenants. And I think this slide here explains why graphically we should do this. And it does this through an example of Gunnell Properties, which left at the end of February. According to the rent roll that Gunnell submitted to us, they were grossing $3.5 million a year. We were making $180,000. Perhaps that explains why the general fund. Oh, I'm sorry. Perhaps that explains why there's a deficit from the airport to the general fund of $13 million. In part, obviously there's probably other reasons as well. But this is a reason right here very graphically why master tenants should be phased out in an orderly fashion, and allow us to do that in an orderly fashion. That's very important. But it is important, we believe, to phase out master tenants. And we're in a very good real estate environment where there's a lot of demand, so the risk is not the same risk that perhaps that we had in the 80s when we entered into the agreement with Gannell. Let's go on here to a couple points about leasing policy. As I mentioned, looking to phase out master tenants in order to accelerate the repayment of the $13 million owed to the city and do it in an orderly fashion. We have now 5 master tenants, and to phase out incompatible tenants as their lease expire and to review those as they're required to reapply. And then also, this is sometimes underappreciated, but to absorb the property management responsibilities in an orderly fashion. We're looking to take on a much bigger role in terms of property management with our staff and with our property manager, Aeroplex. And so having an orderly transition is very important. Let me now turn to the last couple slides, which is the second to last. On March 22nd, I believe it was, the Airport Commission met, and this policy was presented, and it was a 2-2 vote. And it was the 2 commissioners who voted against. I believe one is in the audience, may speak to her concerns. But one was the ambiguity of the performance standards. We feel that they are explicit enough, but the other commissioner did not. And then the third point is the possibility of a legal challenge. I just should say that the policy was reviewed by our city attorney's office and the staff that she has there, as well as outside counsel. So we believe that it's gone through all the legal reviews that we can do here. And then I wanted to mention also one point, the last point here, is to delete section C.5.B, pattern operations. That's actually already covered in the municipal code, and that was an error on my part. I wish I can give you a better explanation other than I didn't do it right. But that's already covered in the municipal code, and so we can delete that section if that's your choice. So let me conclude with the recommended actions, which is, again, to approve the Santa Monica Airport leasing policy and to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute leases at the Santa Monica Airport, of course, provided that he finds that the applications are consistent with the policy. And that concludes the report, and I'm available to answer questions.
Seeing nobody in the queue, I guess we can go ahead and open the public hearing. I'm going to call out first 3, and then if we can get you to come up. I have Peter Donald, who actually is the airport commissioner chair, right? Yes. And then Ruben Lau, am I pronouncing that right? And then Denise Barton.
Hello, everyone. I'm Peter Donald. I'm the chair of the Airport Commission, resident of the city for 45 plus years. I believe I have 5 minutes reserved, and I don't have too much to say, so I'm going to leave the rest of my time for Vice Commissioner Rubin, because she has some concerns. I just want to say I fully support the policy as it's been laid out, the leasing policy, and I fully support the authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the leases. The questions that I did have about the lack of specifics and the possibility of legal action have all been answered to my satisfaction. So I'm perfectly happy to let this policy, have you all vote for it and have it go into effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and City Manager. I was one of the two commissioners who voted not to support the leasing policy as it was presented to us and as it was presented to you this evening. The other commissioner who voted against it, I don't think he's here tonight. He had very different concerns from what I did. And I think primarily, let me start off by saying it's clear the city needs a policy. It's clear that market rates should have been in place a long time ago. But this is a great opportunity to do it right. And one of the difficulties that we had with the policy that was presented by Mr. Hernandez last week, which was on the 15th for a special meeting, is that numbers of us, including the chair, had questions that either Mr. Hernandez was unable to answer or unwilling to answer. And as a result, we had legitimate questions, but we got no answers to them. And primarily, one of them is this still is an airport until the city takes it over and makes a determination whether it's going to be an airport or not. And there is nothing in the policy recommendations that describes the tenant mix as including an aviation tenant. And one of my concerns was, while this is still an airport, and there is supposedly, the FAA has a regulation of non-discrimination, why not include in here some description that there is going to be some kind of aviation tenant? Now, it doesn't mean that the city manager is going to grant a lease to an aviation tenant, but I am also a lawyer, and as a lawyer, I see this as being ripe for a facial challenge. The tenant mix that is set out here, I don't see an aviation word at all. And I think that would be not a difficult fix to make, and it would then create a situation where it would lessen a challenge. And I think, as has been stated earlier, the city is facing enough litigation that I don't think that this ought to be the vehicle for it. The other concern that I had was Mr. Hernandez talked about, and it's set forth in this policy, that any incompatible tenant won't be offered a lease. And when I tried to have him give me an example of a current tenant who the city manager might consider under this policy to be incompatible, I got no answer. So what was presented to us last week was not very helpful, and really it left some of us with the impression that this was a fait accompli and we really had no input. And I know that the council in the past has sent prior leasing policy back to the Airport Commission for review and investigation and input. And if council wants a commission that does its job, we need to have some assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton, as you're coming up, let me call three more names here. I have Robert Rendon, Stacy Howard, and John Jurabek.
Good evening. In reading the staff report, I'm struck by two things. There are no specifics or examples of what you are referring to in either document. But again, at the end of the leasing and licensing policy, it says it all. Section F, general provision, states, the leasing policy may be altered by the city at any time and shall not recreate any right or reliance interest for any person. which is why the document is so vague. Because like every other policy or plan the city does, looks good when it's presented publicly, but then it's amended or altered to something the residents never intended it to be. Just like Luce, the new zoning ordinance, and the downtown specific community plan. And isn't it interesting that in the section titled Compliance with FAA Regulations that states, per FAA, the city is required to adhere to the principles of non-discrimination and non-exclusivity. Yet might phasing out master tenants be doing just that? Because don't the master tenants offer more privacy to their airport tenants than the city would in leasing policies? Then in the section about phasing out tenants in an orderly transition determined to be incompatible with the leasing policy, would this policy be targeted at airplanes or aviation uses specifically? Because by there being no clear leasing policy, how can existing tenants know whether or not they're in compliance? And of course, the big reason for these changes is to change the market rate leases, supposedly to make the airport self-sufficient. Yet in the section Financial Considerations, it clearly states that phasing out master tenant agreements will increase the cost for the city, in addition to brokerage fees. So actually, with the new real estate brokers, the cost of the airport is increasing for the resident taxpayer. Then on city staff's positive projection for revenue, let's remember staff is up here saying what you want them to, but which also often is wrong and costs the residents millions of dollars in legal fees and settlements. And ending with the June 30th, 2018 be the date to eliminate the airport uses by, or is that your election year airport action that never stands up in court? Thank you.
Robert?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Cole and Ms. Moutry. I'm Robert Rigdon. I live at 1019 Pier Avenue under the flight path, and I urge this leasing policy. I sent you all a letter about what happened in the Ninth Circuit a couple of weeks ago. And to summarize that, one of the things that stood in my mind is that the judges are concerned that the city hasn't really taken a position on the future of the airport. And because of that, it's too early for the court to make a decision. Judge Paez and Judge Nguyen both said maybe we don't have jurisdiction. Now, anything could happen up there. But I think that the city really needs to take that step, or you're doing nothing. And at this point, that would be disastrous, because you have a bunch of former tenants who are sitting out there, they don't know what to do, former Gunnell tenants, and you have an eviction action proceeding. And all of those actions require a leasing policy that's coherent, which is stated in this leasing policy. It's also favorable to the residents of the city. As you know, the airport, the good folks at the airport are dragging us back to Washington whenever they can on a Part 16 action. We're getting killed back there, and every time they do that, it costs us 4 years before anything happens. But I believe that by your leasing policy and by this possible eviction that's going on now, you may be able to circumvent that Part 16 and not be tied up in that mess. So I urge the council and the city council and whatever attorneys are helping you, including Morrison Forrester, to figure out some way that you can avoid getting dragged back to Washington on Part 16 actions. And this leasing policy is a good step in that direction.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and the council. I'm Stacy Howard. I speak on behalf of the National Business Aviation Association, representing over 10,000 members, operating over 11,000 general aviation aircraft, including numerous tenants and users of the Santa Monica Airport. On March 15th, this draft policy was presented at a meeting of the Santa Monica Airport Commission, a policy the Commission declined to endorse. In the course of the meeting, it became clear to all in attendance that this policy, as presented, incorporates some misconceptions about the airport and its federal obligations. This misunderstanding of the city's legal obligations fundamentally taints the draft policy, in particular the policy's delegation to the city manager of unbridled discretion to remove or deny access to aeronautical tenants without any standards or criteria, or an undefined and equally impermissible notion of compatibility with the surrounding community would, if adopted, be a per se violation of Grant Assurance Number 22 and the equivalent language of the instrument of transfer. We at NBAA encourage you as responsible community leaders to assure that the leasing policy you may approve here tonight makes provisions for multi-year leases at reasonable terms for both aeronautical and, where appropriate, non-aeronautical airport tenants without discrimination and at rates and charges comparable to the city's recent appraisal. Therefore, preserving precious community resources and the airport businesses, jobs, and family incomes they support. Thank you.
Thank you. John, as you come up, let me call out three more names. I have Omar Pulido, Mike Salazar, and it looks like James McKee, or Mackay.
Hi, my name is John Jerbeck. I stand before you tonight against the leasing policy as proposed and suggest that a reasonable and legal leasing policy at the airport is one that is compatible primarily with aeronautical uses. That's what safe airports have. I'll also take this opportunity to share with you a recent conversation I had with a mom. I'll call her Mimi. Maybe you'll see what I mean about the importance of compatible uses and the misadventure of the proposed policy and governments by the council to date. I asked Mimi what she thought about the airport, and she said that when she took her daughter to the fields to play soccer, sometimes she could smell the jet fumes, and she didn't like that. She said she liked the airport, though, but thought the airplanes were sometimes loud and understood why people complained sometimes. I asked her if she knew that jet engines were exponentially more smooth, powerful, and reliable than piston engines, and that's one reason why they're so popular, not only with the general public on airlines, but literally any kind of an aircraft with an engine. She kind of rolled her eyes, and I think I lost her at that point, but I think she thought what I said made sense, but she then wondered aloud why the city built a park all the way across town that was so hard for the kids to get to in the afternoons after school, on a street without even sidewalks for them to walk on in some places, and most importantly, downwind from the exhaust on top of that. I said, you know, it didn't make much sense to me either. In my opinion, this leasing policy as it sits looks like more of the same antagonism and harassment of tenants and the small businesses, and that really means the people. When I say small businesses, I mean the people on the airport supporting the tenants are not getting a fair shake. And this leasing policy is them again not getting a fair shake. And they're the ones who get hurt first and the longest, and that's unacceptable. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, members of the council and city managers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight on this item. My name is Omar Pulido, and I'm a council deputy for Councilmember Mike Bonin, who represents the 11th District in the city of Los Angeles, which, as we all know, includes many of the communities surrounding Santa Monica Airport. On behalf of the council member, I'm here before you today to offer our support of staff's recommendation to approve the leasing policy for Santa Monica Airport. The council member represents the residents of West LA, Mar Vista, and Venice, who experienced a large portion of the health and safety impacts resulting from the operations at Santa Monica Airport. And we see the adoption of this policy as a major milestone towards correcting those environmental impacts. And by establishing this public policy, that would ensure implementation of the voter mandates adopted by the passage of Measure Local Control. So we're in support of the approval and here to share that support. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Salazar from Ocean Park. Leading up to Election Day in November 2014, the National Business Aviation Association said loud and clear, let the voters decide. Residents met them head on gave our Measure LC a clear mandate saying no to their attempt to take away local control of our airport land. LC ushered in the end of the 1984 agreement in 2015, and among other points gave the City Council the full authority, quote, to regulate use of the Santa Monica Airport, manage airport leaseholds, and to condition leases. LC added that only parks, open spaces, and recreation uses can replace aviation uses on our airport land, unless we again let the voters decide on other land uses. LC allows Spitfire, Typhoon, Art Studios, Dog Park, the Museum of Flying, Barker Hangar, Ruskin Theaters to all stay, and LC is now moving forward 12 additional park acres. NBA started with threats last year and now funds a class action lawsuit and 3 Part 16 FAA complaints against us. Evidently, they really didn't want the voters to decide. What NBA really encourages is for jet operation to expand unfettered on a runway with no safety buffers and adequate separation from residents and hangars, and where a private jet crash that killed 4 is forever etched into our psyche. They don't care about safety, and they want to take away our democratic elected results. They fund these new expensive legal challenges, yet they ignore the $13.1 million debt built up from aviation operations, not including the annual at least $500,000 in interest every year. This debt and LC's mandate is why this leasing policy must be approved to reverse the financial losses from aviation operations and hopefully retire the $13.1 million debt that they created. LC mandates council to manage lease operations and to condition lease. I hope that's what you do tonight or in the very near future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, as you come up, let me just call out a few more names. I have William Wisehouse, Zena Joseph, and Alan Levinson. Yeah, it's in the stack. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, folks. Thanks for letting me come up here. I'm here. I'm Jim McKee. I live on Dewey Street, right next to the airport. I want to speak out against having jets at this airport. When I was a kid, there was a big, beautiful sign at the foot of the runway that said, "No jets allowed." They come screaming in 10:45, 10:49 at night. They fire out of there. It's loud as heck. They stink. The fumes stink. And as he just touched on, it's a classic situation of money over people, of big business over neighborhoods. It's not right. So I want the jets out of there. So, thanks.
Thank you. William, then Zena. Okay.
Good evening, Council. I'm William Weishaupt. I live on the east side of the airport on Clarkson Road. As you know, it's very noisy, and the fumes, of course, are excessive. One of the gentlemen earlier representing the airport interest said it's I forget exact words, but it's impact on the people that work at the airport and things like that against them. Well, it's a major impact on the people that live outside the airport and breathing these fumes for all their lives, and possibly getting cancer and things like that from it. So I think that's really a higher problem than the problems that the people working and owning businesses on the airport are. And the only thing I have against this adoption is maybe the lease period should be less than 3 years. My understanding of the leases were going to be for 3-year leases. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but I think 1-year leases might be better, and a couple of reasons. One is because real estate values continue going up, and the city, of course, would make more money at that if they could renew the use of leases on a yearly basis. And that's all I have.
Thank you. We don't allow clapping, but you can do the hand sign.
Thank you. As you all know, the Santa Monica Airport lies within the boundaries of the city-recognized neighborhood organization Friends of Sunset Park. and the Friends Board of Directors urges the City Council to adopt the proposed Santa Monica Airport leasing policy. In addition to the safety, noise, and air pollution impacts of the airport on nearby residents, one of the concerns of our members that they list on their membership forms is traffic and traffic congestion. And so therefore, one of our board concerns is that the leasing policy ensure that the activity of future tenants at the airport not increase traffic congestion on the streets nearby. We hope that the language in the following sections of the policy will provide the protection we're looking for. Section A, uses. Prohibited uses are, quote, high-intensity uses that are incompatible with the surrounding residential uses. And in Section C, performance standards, number 1, compatible and harmonious, quote, all lessees shall use the airport and any airport property in a manner that is compatible with city policies and with the adjacent residential uses. And I just had a personal comment when I was volunteering on Measure LC 2 years ago. I recall that the NBAA website said that they had 4,000 business members. And now when you look on it, they talk about 10,000 businesses. So I don't know if all of those are members or if they're just claiming to represent 10,000 businesses. So thank you.
Thank you. As you come up, you come on up, let me call out 3 more names here. I got it looks like Y. Gooser, Martin Rubin, and Andrew Hoyer. Or was it Gertz? Okay. Go ahead, Alan.
Hi, Alan Levinson, Sunset Park. Dear Mayor, council members, staff, and residents. It's been 2 years since the council directed staff to prepare a leasing policy for our airport. Before us now is that leasing policy, which has wide community support. It calls for future leases to be harmonious with the surrounding community. It will enable pay down of $13 million of airport debt. Council members, please pass this policy and direct staff and leasing agents to follow it. For the past 30 years, the aviation tenants at the airport have had access to our $2 billion piece of parkland for next to nothing. An aviation lease gives semi-exclusive access to our land while 99% of our residents cannot set foot on it. By instituting a leasing policy, we can reduce noise, pollution, and flight operations without debating whether or not we can close or shorten the runway. How we lease our land is our business. Will aviation fight us over any changes to the almost free use of our $2 billion property? You bet. You were in closed session for an hour and a half. We must have faith that we will prevail because an undersized jetport in a residential neighborhood makes no sense and it never will. The 1,000 no jet signs that have been planted around the airport speak the clear community message that Atlantic Aviation, which is responsible for catering to and fueling the jets, must go. Please evict them and other polluters and noisemakers and stop selling fuel. Parks and airports do not belong together. We have children in the parks. Let's clean up this mess. Let's make this land and its use available to us all. Let's get this done. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm that.
Are you Y? Yes, you are then.
I put a Y because my first name is harder than my last name.
Oh, thank you.
My first name is Yael and my last name is Gers. And my family has had a home since 1947. I'm in Mar Vista, so I can't vote for you, but I do come to Santa Monica a lot, and I am right next door to the airport. And growing up in the 60s and 70s, I never noticed jets. And when my grandparents bought the house, there weren't a lot of airplanes going in and out. So Ted Lieu, several years ago, had a community meeting where he had scientists come and talk. So the aviation people who said, sorry, I'm a little nervous, who said that we weren't hurting the environment, they're wrong. And Ted Lieu can give you all that information that he spoke about several years ago. So I'm also here saying, please, history was that it was an airport, but now it's time to look to the future. And it's time for it to not have planes and jets and things like that. So I am also asking you that when you do this new lease, that you also do not have aviation here anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, council members, City Manager Rick Cole, and City Attorney Marcia Mutri. Martin Rubin, Director of Concerned Residents Against Airport Pollution, and President of Northwestdale Neighborhood Association. First, I support the leasing policy. I think that there's a direction, a new direction, or a more focused direction to achieve what basically the city's wanted to do since 1981. And it seems to me that it's been crafted intelligently and fairly. And I said in my comment that the community is fully behind you, even to the point where it is pushing you to carry forth the LC measures, and that also, before I forget, I want to thank you for putting the notices up on the observation deck, California Prop 65. I think it's fair that people know that if they're coming there, what they're potentially subjected to. I agree with Los Angeles Council Member Mike Bonin's letter too, and look forward to working with you all as this moves forward. And any help, and by the way, if NBAA says 10,000, Sunset Park and all the neighborhoods around are far more than 10,000.
Thank you. Andrew, as you come up, let me call a few more names here. I have a Mark, it looks like Biskenburn, and then Jim Redden, and Jerry Rubin.
All right, good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. However, this evening I am speaking for myself. We all know that the FAA has bent over backwards to allow the airport to violate the safety rules requiring or necessary to operate C&D aircraft out of this airport. So I agree with all those that say they'd like to see the jets gone. It's a privilege of the rich, most likely, or mostly, who get to fly in and out. I don't have any objections to the personal plane owners who fly smaller aircraft, propeller aircraft out of that airport. But I do have a serious problem with corporate welfare. Over $3 million a year, we are handing out to these businessmen, con artists, who are basically running our government into a deficit. If we are $13 million in the hole, how long did it take us to get there? And how far ahead could we be if we had been collecting that excess $3 million a year for, I'm not sure how many years that has gone on. So I fully support this policy. Now, it sounds like you had an airport commissioner who had some qualms about some of the language. It's worth looking into and correcting any of those so that it is solid and stands up in court, because obviously the MBAA has a lot of money, and so do the tenants who have been collecting $3 million of our money every year. Thank you.
Thank you. You're not Mark up against Biscaborn?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
The airport, whether it doesn't matter what kind of airplane you're flying. Doesn't matter what airplane you're flying. It's still, when I'm standing out in front of my house talking to a neighbor, and if one of the planes go by, if it's a jet or a propeller, doesn't matter, We have to stand there and wait until the noise goes away. It's literally that bad. It's impossible for us to have a conversation. The city is losing money from this, and it could be used for something else. This is somebody's fantasy or something. I don't understand it.
Thank you. You're up, Jim.
Quite a moment we're having right now. It's a watershed milestone moment in moving forward with what the community really desires for the airport. I'd really ask the council to look into the future and see where you might go with this. I have a strong feeling that many of you have reviewed the leasing policy and are very likely to pass it and move forward in a way that makes sense for us as residents, and not just for residents near the airport, for all of Santa Monica, because really we're not looking at what people call an airport. It's a piece of parkland that was covered by an airport many years ago. And we're going to end what really amounted to what gentleman called ongoing welfare for the super affluent. And with respect to the open secret on the western parcel, aviation knows that larger airplanes, not enthusiasts or not people who are regular flyers, but the large corporate fractional jets require that longer runway. And looking forward, I'm hoping that each of you can consider allocating funds that looks towards taking that western parcel, which I believe we're entitled to legally do probably tomorrow, out of service as a runway, and it's game over. So this is actually a linchpin moment that's coming up. The leasing policy is a major step in that direction, but you can't just close the front end of a runway. It needs to be surveyed, it needs to be studies, safety needs to be built into it. We need to work with the FAA towards maintaining a safer airport, and perhaps maybe I'm a minority in some of the airport activists in that I do believe in some degree of aviation at that airport for a while. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry, as you come up, let me call 3 more names. I have Joe Smith, Jonathan Stein, and then the third one is John, it looks like Clary. Is it Clarington? Clear as the O's, thank you. Wow. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor Vasquez, council members, Jerry Rubin, Ocean Park resident. I wanted to show this shirt, but I guess City TV is not telecasting it, but I'll describe it. It's a bright green shirt that says Airport to Park. And as you know, thousands and thousands of people are supporting that. I want to send some positive energy to former LA City Councilman Bill Rosendahl. He's very sick. He's in hospice at his home. I want to thank him for all his past support to help our community to hopefully get the airport closed. There was a slide up earlier. It was the heading was our leasing environment. Well, actually, I'm more concerned about our air quality environment than I am about our leasing environment, but I do support a consistent policy. Approve leases for culture, art, education, and recreation, and consistently disapprove airport leases that are not helping our community. No jets and jet pollution, no lead polluting propeller planes, no risky flight training schools, no more pollution, no more noise, and no more safety threats. Close the Santa Monica Airport.
Thank you.
I should have an additional 2 minutes, either from my wife, who was going to be with her ill mother, or from Andrew, but not both
Oh, I see Andrew's.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right, so he's not speaking tonight.
Yeah, he's not speaking. Okay. First of all, good evening, Mayor Vasquez and City Council members. I'm Joe Schmitz, and I live in Sunset Park. I'm speaking as an individual, not as an airport commissioner member, and certainly not on behalf of any airport commissioner members who are not here. I strongly favor the proposed leasing policy. Both the process and the outcomes are great. The process is iterative, consultative, and one that has been sorely needed here in Santa Monica. Regarding the outcomes, they help advance our efforts to solve this 6-decade-old problem set that SMO presents. First, I want to thank the City Council for your wisdom in hiring Rick Cole as a city manager, for your setting remediation of the Santa Monica Airport toxic outputs as one of the top 3 priorities, and supporting the hire of Nelson Hernandez as the All Things Airport czar. I believe he's done a great job. The changed city organizational environment for SMO is dramatic, and that's in a good way. The process is now inclusive, it's iterative, it's transparent, and it's responsive. It draws from residents' expertise. It provides clear guidance for city staff, and most important, it responds to Santa Monica residents' local control mandate. The SMO city staff reports are dramatically better, in my judgment. They're clear, crisp, comprehensive, fact-based, accurate, and far better than I've ever seen. Critically, they respond to the residents' strongly expressed interest. The residents are now present in these reports, and I think that's vitally important. The proposed leasing policy. It solves pressing issues at SMO. It does not create counterproductive, unintended consequences, in my judgment. It's workable, and it advances the residents' goals. I think the staff has given us a viable leasing policy that does the following things. It ensures we get market rates for this $1 billion or $2 billion property. It helps reduce the $13 million deficit. It provides orderly transitions for aviation and non-aviation leases that do 2 things. First, they comport with the present FAA legal obligations, and second, it limits lease durations to the minimum time periods consistent with city efforts to curtail SMO operations. They provide environmental and land use protections for residents. Yet the policy, in my judgment, prudently avoids triggering additional lawsuits, I think, I'm not a lawyer, and regulating aircraft operations or specifying emissions that would contravene federal law, I think a huge mistake. The bottom line is the leasing policy advances our residents' interests. It acknowledges the SMO local control mandate. So I ask you to please adopt the leasing policy as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Stein.
Jonathan Spadine, Sunset Park Anti-Airport. The city of Santa Monica is under attack from special interests at the airport. They filed a number of lawsuits, federal proceedings before the FAA, and more expected. They are legal bullies, seeing if they can push around this small city of 90,000 residents. The first reaction to being bullied is always fear, and I think the city council and staff operate out of fear. If we don't do anything to make these bullies even more angry, then they'll go easier on us. A fear-based mode of operation, a fear-based rationale for public policy, a fear-based leasing policy that SPA and other activists fought hard to change, and staff has now changed. I suggest instead we operate out of conviction, not fear. I suggest that the conviction that this city serves its residents and not special interests should guide this council and staff. Public policy should be based upon the conviction that the city holds proprietary powers recognized in 40 years of case law, current administrative guidance from the FAA, and specific decisions in 2003 and 2000 that the city controls all land use and leasing decisions. These FAA decisions were made in federal proceedings against Atlantic Aviation, the biggest legal bully. First, let us adopt the leasing policy proposed by staff, which now reflects the views of David Goddard, SPA, and other residents. Let us have the conviction that announcing a leasing policy that serves residents and not special interests is a lawful exercise of the city's proprietorship powers. Second, let us send out notices to all tenants, aviation and non-aviation tenants alike, whose leases ended in July 2015, that they must leave the airport, or they may apply for a lease under the new leasing policy adopted tonight. Let us have the conviction that giving notice to legal bullies of the city's legal powers as landlord is the right thing to do. Third, let us adopt the transient aircraft policy memos recommended by SPA. These policies make crystal clear that the airport runway and the FAA tower will remain open for use by aircraft not based at the airport. Leaving the airport open for use by transient aircraft will show that allegations that the airport is closing are simply wrong. Let us have the conviction that we can tell the truth in a court of law and win. Fourth, the city's outside law firm should complete a series of 7 research memos suggested by SPA. Let us have the conviction that the law is on our side, that the city's proprietorship powers and past FAA decisions upholding those powers will prevail in a court of law. Fifth, let us go forward with the unlawful detainer action against Justice Aviation, that loudmouthed, swaggering bully who brags how influential they are with the city council. Let us have the conviction that the days of special interests telling our city council how to vote are over. And sixth, let us give notice to vacate to Atlantic Aviation, the biggest legal bully. Staff wrongly gave in to their threats and signed a holdover lease that renews automatically. The council should direct staff to give a notice to terminate Atlantic's tenancy in 60 or 90 days from tonight. Let us have the conviction that a public entity must always prove itself more powerful than any legal bully. In closing, if we operate out of the conviction that residents should prevail over special interests, that public policy should prevail over legal bullies, then with this conviction, we shall prevail in whatever legal challenges are brought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you want to announce more people?
You know, the last one I have is David Claus. Or is it Class with a K? There we go.
John Clarizio, Spitfire Grill. Thank you tonight to the council for having me the ability to speak up here. Tonight I've come to speak about uncertainty. And that's a term that was presented tonight, and it's a term that we've had to deal with for years and years and years. It's been mentioned by the council, it's been mentioned by the commission, it's been mentioned tonight by the people for LC that we are compatible, that we are a tenant that is wanted on the airport. And so what I'm asking for is a long-term lease to get rid of that uncertainty for us so that we can be part of the future of the Santa Monica Airport, whichever direction it goes. And in correspondence, I've asked over and over for a reason why, if we're compatible, and if why we're supported by everyone from the city council to the public, we can't get a 10-year lease. And so I asked tonight for one of two things. One, in which there is room for in the proposal for terms that can go longer, and I think we're one of those that should go longer. And if not, a reason why we can't go longer. If we're a compatible use, what else are you looking for? 25 years of service to the public, and we want to continue, but the uncertainty really holds us back. So we want, and I hope that we get that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. You're the last speaker on time, David, and I see you have your.
My wife has granted me an extra 2
You got your extra 2 minutes.
I'm David Class. First, I would like to thank staff for the leasing policy draft, which I wholeheartedly support.
The community regularly speaks of SMO poison. However, what we need now recognize is the source and liquid nature of poison, how it stealthily flows to permeate the entire environment of its exposure. We have now witnessed numerous instances where poison emanates directly from the city attorney, who I note is conveniently absent. Ms. City Attorney, your poisonous venom was demonstrated when you caused the strategically, even purposefully flawed premature 2013 action now before the Ninth Circuit to thwart allegation of Brown Act violation and to surreptitiously extend the SMO lease period beyond July 1, 2015.
Excuse me, I think you need to address the council on this particular issue.
This has to do with SMO.
But I don't think it's pertinent to this item.
Are you denying my right to come before and speak my mind about what I believe is pertinent?
I'm not denying your right. I'm just denying your right to speak on an issue that's not on the agenda.
Her performance is on the agenda.
No, it isn't. That's not the item on the agenda.
Well, are you saying that you're ordering me not to speak further about what I prepared to speak?
If you're going to come up here and bash an employee, I'm going to cut you off.
I'm exercising my First Amendment rights, and if you deny me my right to do so, then I object thereto.
Excuse me, Mayor. I think you might want to refer to the council rules about addressing the council. My hearing of Mr. Class was he was addressing somebody who is not present, which seems rather unfair. If he'd care to address the council, that would fall within the council rules.
But it has to be on the airport leasing is the item that we're
This has
discussing.
to do with
if you want to come up and you can come up and just give your public comment, but that has to be a 14 item and not item 8A.
Well, I'm sorry that you're attempting to deny me.
I'm not denying
what is
it.
my citizen rights here, and so if that's the case, then I'll sit down.
Thank you. We do have one late chit from
Moved here for 1 minute.
and it's Stephen Unger. Is Stephen Unger here for 1 minute?
Thank you very much. My name's Stephen Unger. I'm a longtime homeowner in Santa Monica, taxpayer, and voter. I'm also on the board of directors of Sea Colony One Homeowners Association. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board this evening. I'm speaking as an individual who is keenly aware of what my neighbors and community think about the airport situation. And this directly relates to leasing. And they don't like it. They are convinced, as am I, that the will of the vast majority of residents in Santa Monica is being subverted. It is unfair and unjust that the planes continue to fly, pollute our air, and deafen our ears, and endanger our safety. They believe that justice delayed is justice denied. They are convinced that the council is dragging their feet in asserting the city's rights and grounding the planes. They are certain that the council is allowing aviation special interests. I just began.
You just had 1 minute. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I have 2 minutes.
No, if you would have been on time, it would have been 2 minutes, but it was a late chip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are against leasing.
Thank you. Okay, the item is before us, and then we have Mayor Pro Temp Winter.
Just for discussion, if no for other reason, I would like to move the staff recommendation with the one change that we delete section C5B as noted by Mr. Hernandez.
It's been moved and second by Councilmember Gleam Davis. Seeing nobody in the queue, I think looks like everybody was satisfied with the staff report, and so we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous, 7-0.
Next, we have item 8B, and a selection of priority park projects for inclusion in the Los Angeles Countywide Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment Report, and you have 16 requests to speak, and I'll bring that to you.
Looks like we have a new staff person here making the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
If we could ask you to just please exit quietly, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I am Melissa Spaniolo from the Community and Cultural Services Department, and I am here to speak to you about the Countywide Parks Need Assessment and the selection of Santa Monica's priority park projects. Last year, Los Angeles County started a comprehensive assessment of countywide parks and recreation needs, and city staff have been working with the county since July of last year on this project, and we've completed several steps so far. First, staff conducted a comprehensive park inventory, and we reported back to the county on all existing parks in Santa Monica, as well as amenities and the conditions of each based on a criteria provided by the county. Using our inventory data and also census data, the county's consultants performed an analysis of park need on all 189 study areas, including Santa Monica. And the analysis of park need looked at several things, including is there enough parkland for the population, which is measured in park acres per 1,000 people. Is parkland located where people can access it? And that is measured as a percent of population living within half a mile of a park. Using this analysis, that was to inform the study area's priority projects list, which is the step we are at now. Once all study areas have submitted their project lists, the county's consultants will be estimating all of those projects and including them in a final report, which will be submitted to the County Board of Supervisors in May. As I touched on in the last slide, the analysis of park need was conducted, and this is a very high-level report card on Santa Monica's parkland. We have 134 park acres, a population of roughly 92,000, which gives us a park metric of 1.4 acres per 1,000 residents. And it's important to note that this metric does not include beach acreage. For purposes of the study, the county did exclude beach acreage in all study areas. But if you compare our number of 1.4 to the county average of 3.3 park acres per 1,000 residents, you could see ours is very low. In one area that we are doing well is park accessibility. Our number of 72% of the population living within a half a mile of a park is considerably higher than the county average of 49%, largely due to the density of the city. And to help frame your discussion, I just want to give you a brief overview of the requirements the county has put forward to that defines a park project for the purposes of this study. It must be located in a single park or general infrastructure improvement across multiple parks. It has to include either repairing or replacing existing park amenities, adding amenities, or building a new park or recreation facility. The final list is worth up to 10 points, and each project is counted as 1 to 3 points, and that's based on the scope of the project and land acquisition needs. Community input is a very important component of the assessment, and we did outreach at the January Recreation and Parks Commission meeting. It was a very well-attended meeting, and community members were able to provide input in 3 different ways: by providing public comment. They also wrote on an idea wall and could submit project nomination forms. There is a complete summary of all the input we received as attachments to your staff report. Up on the screen here are the top 15 projects. So the Recreation and Parks Commission utilized the input received at the January meeting to discuss their priority park projects and to take action on the list that you see here. The commission adopted this list, and they did so because these projects are considered greater in scope and cost and may not be able to be completed with existing city resources. They are the Civic Center Sports Field, and by the way, these are in no priority order. Expanding Memorial Park, expanding Airport Park and including a multi-use recreation facility, opening Mount Olivet Reservoir, renovating Stewart Street Park, and building a new park or urban green belt on city-owned land, and including community gardens as one amenity. It's important to note that these priorities are all consistent with the city's open space element and Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Staff is recommending that you approve the priorities as suggested by the Recreation and Parks Commission, with the exception of specifying a multi-use recreation facility as part of the Airport Park expansion project. The reason we are recommending against including this facility at the Airport Park is because of March of last year, you directed staff to begin the design process for 12 acres of non-aviation land at the airport with the goal of developing the site for recreational purposes within 3 years. And we believe that if this facility is included as part of the project, it would delay the project, and completing in 3 years would not be feasible. Should you decide to add a multi-use rec facility at a different site, I am available to help you navigate the county's point system to ensure our final list falls within the 10-point requirement. And I'll go ahead and put it back on this list for your discussion.
Any questions of staff? Oh, there is. Okay, Councilmember Gleason.
Thank you for that report. The point system, I think I sort of get from the staff report. But for example, renovate Stewart Park. Is 1 point just because that's renovating an existing park? Or if we were to do a more intense renovation, would that be 2 points? That's what I'm sort of trying to figure out.
So if we renovate the existing park, it would include any of the infrastructure things we would need to do. If we wanted to add a new amenity, such as taking out the baseball field and doing something different, or tearing down the playground and putting in a completely new one, those could add additional points.
Okay, because, I mean, for example, Stewart Park has some real
yes,
subsidence, sinking. That's right. Lake Stewart when it rains, whatever we all want to call it. So it has that issue of needing to be graded, obviously, but also, quite honestly, the facilities there are among the least welcoming, shall I say, among our various parks. So I'm just wondering, you know, is it could we, for example, put extra points on Stewart Park and say we wanted to do more there?
You could, as long as you stay within the 10 points. And I did discuss the issues of the soil compaction and the mitigation that would probably be required there with the county's representative, and that could all be included as a 1 point for the infrastructure. It's just if we want to redo or add amenities on top of that, that it would cost an additional point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
On the last item, sort of the generic build a new park, urban green belt, did the Rec and Parks Commission offer any greater specificity about what they had in mind there?
No, it was based on a presentation that was given where by a community member who spoke at the meeting, who suggested that perhaps we could use alleyways, or we could be very creative to try to find additional open space in the city. And we could even make streets cul-de-sacs where they currently are thoroughfares, and perhaps use land that way to establish this green belt. So not knowing any specifics of the location or the size that they would want to do, they did keep it more general.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, then we'll go ahead and open the public comment. Thank you. Starting with the first three, we have David Newberg, Steve Weinberg, and Mark Liggett.
Hello, David Newberg, resident and board member of Team Santa Monica. Just wanted to follow up from many of the meetings we've been holding, and just to present that obviously we love to have as many pools as possible. We also recognize that there's other priorities and other interests in the city, and that's why we're looking at, pushing for an aquatic facility that also is multi-sport. You can see, within a town that's a beach town and city by the ocean, we do not have a large supply of pools. In fact, we have them at the college, we have them at the school district, and on state property. None of them actually directly sit on city property at this point in time. Pool time is at a high demand. We have constantly adding new programs. Learn to Swim is a huge program to make sure every child, or at least every resident, has a chance to learn how to swim within the city, and obviously it's a safety factor considering we have an ocean right by us. So one of the things is combining the requests to trying to get pools built is also looking at how we can multi-use facilities. Right now we are looking at the Memorial Park with the expansion and creating a multi-facility that not only has pools but also other sports. In the 1990s, there was actually a Parks and Recreation master plan that actually recommended development of a new recreational pool. So all we're doing is doing a little nostalgia here and hopefully pushing an idea that was already once presented to the city, is hopefully it can get back on there.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. That's the
West Hollywood.
West Hollywood example.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, I'm Dr. Steve Weinberg. I'm the leader of the Bring Back the Ice movement, over 10,000 strong. Since the loss of the rink on the west side at Culver Ice Arena, we represent a displaced skating community of thousands of dedicated skating enthusiasts, hockey, figure skaters, public skaters, curling, and other sports. Our Bring Back the Ice committee has been pushing to build a new facility somewhere on the west side. We've attended the SMC working group meetings and have made a proposal to build a multi-use facility at the Civic Center. We have garnered over 1,300 signatures, which I have here for you, supporting the building of a multi-use facility to serve the recreational needs of the Santa Monica citizens and those of the local neighboring communities. The Los Angeles Kings and the LA Galaxies intend to build this facility somewhere. This is a great opportunity for you, the city and the local community, to fill the void in ice facilities as well as field sports facilities. You're aware of the facility that we showed you before that had the ice rinks below and the field above. We encourage your support in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring a world-class multi-use recreational facility to Santa Monica, and preferably at the Civic Center, at the Civic property. But we're willing to locate it at the airport as well. In addition, I'm living in Mar Vista across from Bundy, where breathing jet fuel, anything that increases the health of the local populace, we are all in favor. A facility at the airport would be built in less than 3 years, given the public-private partnership with the Kings and the Galaxy. So I'd like to submit this to you, our petition that we have currently that's ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark, as you come up, let me call out 3 more names here. We have Carol Broder, Ron Goldman, and Zena Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Putting an ice rink in a multi-use facility in Santa Monica would bring Santa Monica to the forefront of 2 burgeoning sports. Both hockey and lacrosse are 2 sports that are gaining in popularity, leaps and bounds in the Southwest United States. The only championship major sports team that exists in Los Angeles is a hockey team. That's Los Angeles Kings. They're behind this project as well. Putting this multi-use facility here at the Civic would give Santa Monica an opportunity to bring in needed revenue. The ICE facility, I can almost state for certain, is something that would be, the capacity to use the ICE would be gobbled up as soon as the place opened. There is a need for ICE space in Los Angeles County and in Southern California generally. Since the closing of Culver Ice Rink, there have been hockey teams that have been displaced, and I can't tell you any more than just from my own personal experience, the passion which certain hockey players have for the sport. There aren't many other people in sports who get up at 10 o'clock at night and go play a sport where they're going to be up and awake for another 4 hours. Hockey players do that regularly. The chance for all of Santa Monica citizens to benefit, it's recreational activities for the children, and it also leads into recreational activities and moving into the college arena. Both lacrosse and hockey provide numerous scholarships, and East Coast colleges are constantly coming here now into Southern California, into Texas, states of the Southwest, looking for players in these sports. Those are additional opportunities for residents. It's important that something like this be built, and Santa Monica could be at the forefront of this this movement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor.
You can lower that
council
mic
members.
if you want. There you go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm Carol Broder with Bring Back the Ice. I probably could just say ditto, but I would like to speak in favor of this unique opportunity to bring a multi-purpose facility that would feature a playing field and an ice rink. Since the closure of Culver Ice Arena, there's a real need for an ice rink on the west side. I think it's been 34 years since Santa Monica had an ice rink, and there's a need for field space for field sports. And I would like you to consider the recommendation by the Park and Recs Committee to use the Civic Center property to bring back ice and a multi-purpose field space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, since we're live on the radio, I'd just, rather than have silence go on for 30 seconds, we might suggest that in the future, if people have presentations, that they arrange ahead of time so we're not delayed.
It sounded like they did. I think it was just a problem queuing it up. Thank you, though.
I did, Councilman. Mayor, council members, city manager. Santa Monica streets are our largest public asset, making up about 25 to 30% of our city's 8.3 square miles. Santa Monica is rich with a resource it already owns and which can be partially repurposed. Recreate and Recreate is a pilot project that can provide much needed park space, and it meets two priorities of the Parks Commission: pocket parks and community gardens, and fits within the recommended last item of the 10-point priority list. With houses oriented to frontage streets, there are many half blocks and even some full blocks along our side streets which can easily be closed off to traffic and turned into pocket parks without any real impact to basic circulation or emergency access. These pocket parks can provide anything from community activities like a dog rescue event to a range of active sports, to passive activities, a community garden, or possibly art installations throughout the city. Residents will become part of the process, deciding which activities they want in their park and overseeing general use and scheduling of activities. Even children can participate in the design process through classroom projects in the school. This suggests possible locations, ideally every 6 to 8 blocks apart, resulting in stronger and safer neighborhoods and increased property values. Because there is no land acquisition cost, the project becomes very cost and time effective, and nothing is greener or more sustainable than the repurposing of existing infrastructure. I hope you all realize the potential benefit this program could have. Thank you.
Ron, I have a question for you.
Yes.
That's interesting. I've always thought we should take over, and actually I think it's where Councilmember O'Day lives, on Euclid as an example. No, but actually where the Caltrans piece of property is along the freeway, they all dead end up against there, and it's like just dead space there. I think it's an easement of some sort, and I was wondering if you ever looked and, actually in Venice, where my in-laws live, was a kid, we took over this easement right up against the golf course and made our own little pocket park. And it was actually, we played baseball and everything. And I always thought it would be ideal that those corner, I guess it's Euclid and a few of those, I think 10th Street, they're all dead end right into the freeway. Right. And it's Caltrans property, I'm assuming. But it's probably about 20 to 30 feet to the fence that they have there. And then it's probably, the width is probably a good 100 feet. I mean, those would be ideal pocket parks in there. I don't know if you ever looked at those.
I'm familiar with the dead end at 10th Street.
And Euclid has one, and you have one, right? I think it's all along that whole freeway embankment.
Well, that would be a good pilot project.
All right. I just didn't know. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Helmrich also has a question.
So I have to admit that I know the answer to this, but I think everybody will be interested to hear it. So how much would each of these cost in your estimate?
Well, in this budget I put together, something less than $1 million. I think it's 800 and change. And
you understand, I'm so old.
All right. Well, let me.
So $800,000, between $800,000 and $900,000 per area,
including design, including soils reports, survey, so forth.
And how many square feet would each one be, approximately?
Approximately 8,000 square feet.
So a lot size, or a lot size.
Unless there's some sites that you can go a full street from street to street where there are no alleys. And there's no driveway access. And those then end up being about 15,000, 16,000 square feet.
But also more money, probably double.
Well, not double, but...
Gotcha. No, thank you very much.
It sounds like we have the city attorney who wants to weigh in.
I just wanted to state that I don't know the particular locations that are being discussed right now, but the city does not own most of the streets in the city. The city just has a transportation easement. And so it may not be correct to say that that there are no acquisition costs and that the city can just close off a street and use it for parkland. We haven't done the research on that, and I don't know the particular addresses. Certainly there are some streets that the city does own. Santa Monica Boulevard, I believe that the city does own. But I don't believe that Santa Monica Boulevard is one of the streets that the city might, that is one of the streets that might be proposed for a park. But I just want to just say that city doesn't own most of the streets. We just have a transportation easement, and transportation easements do not usually mean that the city can do anything that it wishes to do with the street.
Councilmember Helmrich, I think, has a follow-up.
So generally, I understand this isn't every street. Who owns the land under the streets?
In Santa Monica and in most cities, the adjacent property owner actually owns in most situations, owns to the center line of the street. But effectively, the property owner has no control over that because the city has an overlying easement. And so the property owner could not plant a tree in the middle of the street because that would destroy the city's easement, transportation easement. So the property owner owns the fee, but practically speaking, doesn't get the property owner much rights.
On the other hand, if you relinquished the statement, then that would be a really interesting question.
Well, if the city releases, and the city has from time to time released easements on alleyways because of adjacent property owners, and then the adjacent property owners then own the entire.
If the design of the park maintained a vehicular access through the park, would that qualify?
Any particulars I'm not here to talk about. I'm just saying that generally speaking, the city just doesn't own the street, and which means the city is not free to just do anything it wishes. There are limits to what the city can do.
Thank you for the word of caution, and thank you. And Zena, as you come up, let me call out a few more names here. I have Barbara, it looks like Pombakowski. All right, Chris Gutierrez and Shay Beebe.
Thank you. 3 points. The majority of the Friends of Sunset Park board members support the staff recommendation to not include a multi-use recreation facility on the current airport park expansion project. After LC was passed, the City Council began a process to develop 12 acres of non-aviation land at the airport with a focus on sports fields and with an emphasis on expediting the process. So if it's changed to include the multi-use recreation facility, it will prolong the planning process and delay the construction of badly needed playing fields. We feel it's important to show the public as soon as possible a tangible result of their November 2014 vote in favor of Measure LC. As I recall, the final vote count was around 14,000. Number 2, sports field and open space at the Civic Center. In February 2016, our board sent you a long letter regarding our support for a high school regulation-sized sports field and open space at the Civic Center. And third point, a park at 4th, 5th in Arizona. In October 2015, we sent you another long letter regarding our support for a park with parking underneath on city-owned land at 4th, 5th in Arizona. Especially considering the growing number of downtown residents, it's a logical place to locate a new park. Speaking only for myself, I remember taking ice skating lessons around 1970 at a rink on the Fred Siegel site, and soon there will be 84-foot tall buildings there, so such is the path of progress in Santa Monica.
I used to skate there too. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Barbara Pemikalski. I'm a figure skating coach, and I previously taught for 26 years at the Culver Ice Arena until its closure in 2014. I am now at the Toyota Sports Center in El Segundo, and I'm here to report how Santa Monica residents and its bordering communities are now without one more alternative for keeping fit and active with no easy access, or none at all, to a year-round ice skating rink since the closure of the nearby ice arena in Culver City. Many of your residents who continue to skate are going outside of your city to endure lengthy, congested commutes exceeding up to an hour for just one way, sometimes more depending on traffic. Even worse, this lack of access will prevent Santa Monica families to ever have any year-round exposure to family-friendly ice sports. That is why I'm urging you to approve one of the top priorities that the Recreation and Parks Commission recommends, a multi-purpose sports facility featuring an ice arena with 2 ice surfaces and a playing field on top of the structure. Your approval of this recommendation will address the needs of the entire community by providing more diversity of athletic options in your city and making family-friendly ice sports locally accessible again to your residents since the closure of the Santa Monica Ice Chalet in 1982. That's 34 years ago. The interested entities of the Los Angeles Kings and the LA Galaxy have every intention in building this low-rise facility to address the city's needs, creating one more playing field and bringing back the ice in just one footprint. There are questions about the airport park location due to FAA, radar, runway, and environmental issues. thus possibly delaying a project to be enjoyed by your residents. The Civic Auditorium location is much more centrally located to schools and conducive for your community.
Thank you.
I had more to say. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Chris Gutierrez, longtime resident of Sunset Park. It's great to see everyone. I am a longtime community gardener at Main Street. I am also the chairperson of the Community Gardens Advisory Committee. Likewise, I am the co-founder and co-chair of Climate Action Santa Monica, though for the latter, I'm speaking for myself. I am delighted to partially support these recommendations on the assumption that that green belt does not get eliminated with the community gardens. Let me speak of the demand for community gardens on two fronts. We have a wait list, even with really 4 locales, of over 300 people for community gardens. We have prioritized them already. In the 2014 update of the sustainability plan, we have added community gardens as an indicator of our progress in sustainability. But I want to go further. In the last 2 years, both the United Nations and several scientific institutes, including Rodale and the Food Security Center, have helped us understand how community gardens, agriculture, and other means of organic, regenerative practices are significant climate actions, for they help develop soil that retains the carbon. The community gardens here are celebrating their 40th birthday. 1976 we started. We were first in the region. The council was then unanimously, led by Christine Reed, the late Christine Reed, unanimously supportive of that effort. So I really want this city council to appreciate the imperative to have community gardens in as many parks as possible. Should that green belt be eliminated, we need the community gardens at the airport or at any other site that is being developed. And yes, we are trying to strategize for more and more gardens and teaming with as many business other entities. So thank you very much for more community gardens.
Thank you. Shay Beebe, no relationship to Bill Beebe, is it?
What's that?
No relationship to Bill Beebe, is it?
Actually, a few different Bill
Bill
Beebes. But Don Beebe is my third cousin.
From the late, they used to write for the Outlook?
No, Don used to, play for he was a wide receiver for the Bills and then played for the Packers.
Welcome.
Thank you. But
Oh, you know
Bill,
what? Let me-
Bill
let me-
is actually, I think,
While I have you stand, let me call out a few names real quick.
Okay.
I have Daniel Callahan, Andrea McPherson, and Tiffany Brown. Go ahead.
good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Shay Beebe with Bring Back the Ice. But tonight I am here speaking on behalf of your Los Angeles Kings and LA Galaxy. And we just wanted to make it very, very clear that we support that the city is making ice skating a top priority. And we do intend to build the facility others have spoken about as absolutely soon as possible. Funding is not an issue. Trust me when I say that. We come with the money, bearing many millions. And that takes care of 2 priorities. Ice skating, a playing field. We can also add community gardens on the same project, taking care of 3 priorities. So possibly this could make an ice rink and multi-purpose facility a 1-point project instead of a 2-pointer. We would build something green, state-of-the-art, with many, many community amenities. We have a keen interest in both the Civic Auditorium site as well as the airport site. We do, however, have questions regarding the airport in respect to FAA regulations and CEQA or NEPA if FAA is involved. Other than that, we would absolutely love the opportunity to come before you again and do perhaps a 15-minute presentation to show you what we're really talking about. And a member of the Kings would actually be here. They are in Minnesota tonight, which, Yes. She told me outside. Anyway, I'm also here to answer any questions that I can on behalf of the Kings and the Galaxy. And thank you for your time and, again, making it a priority.
We have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Starting with Councilmember Gleam Davis.
Well, thanks for coming. I'm a former
Thank you for having me.
King season ticket holder. My son played ice hockey and lacrosse for a decade. So, how many acres do you envision? Let me answer my question. Do you envision for both the facility itself and the parking that it's going to require? My son's he's actually played internationally, and most ice rinks have a fair amount of parking attached to them because not very many people hop on a city bus with a 50-pound hockey bag.
I've done it.
Well, I know kids in Boston do, but kids around here don't. My son's played everywhere from Simi Valley down to Westminster and beyond. So my question is, including parking, what do you think your acreage needs are?
We know that number would be somewhere between 2 to 3 acres. Clearly, we'd have a vertical low-rise footprint because the playing field would be on the roof. So the building itself isn't that big, but approximately 2 acres plus parking.
And the two rinks, would they both be NHL size or like one Olympic, one NHL size?
We would currently be proposing one NHL size and one Olympic sheet.
Okay. Great, thank you. One last question. In terms, I'm assuming because most ice rinks have fairly high ceilings, you would have to build part of the facility underground in order to keep it from being a high rise. How many feet underground do you think?
Well, if you look at Toyota Center, your
Sure.
son used to skate
I know.
there.
I have spent a good portion of my life there. Yes.
Yes. Many people don't even realize they're actually underground.
Yeah,
when
no,
you're down
down on the first floor where the
Yes.
locker rooms are and where right.
Exactly.
But I'm just wondering how far down they are.
Well, if you look at it, doesn't seem as far if you go down the tunnel. But if you actually think about it, from the grade of the parking to
Yeah, no,
once
I know
get
you
in-
go down. I just don't know how many feet that is because we do have water table issues here in Santa Monica. That's why I'm asking. I'm not asking out of idle curiosity. So how many feet does it go down at Toyota? Do you know?
It goes down somewhere between 6 to 8 feet underground that you actually drop down. And then from the floor of the ice to the lights is approximately, I believe, 24 feet. And then you take a little more height for the
Right.
ceiling height. So, I mean, we could theoretically make it a 24-foot tall building if we went partially subterranean. And of course, the fencing or netting for errant soccer balls
Mhm.
and whatnot would be visually permeable. We could also incorporate, if we did vertical community gardens on, say, 2 sides of the building, we could incorporate the use of solar panels on those so that those wouldn't even create a higher
Okay,
profile.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Temp Winter.
So it was very gracious of you to offer the community gardens as well. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but up there on that screen it talks about a multi-use facility that has not only the ice rink and the sports field you're talking about, but also a pool. So can you throw in a pool? That's basically my question.
Jeez, you guys are demanding. Currently, that would not be part of the scope of what we're proposing because given that we are the Los Angeles Kings and the Galaxy, not the Los Angeles swim team, our forte is not in aquatic, unless they're frozen, type facilities. But I feel that, that could be something that could be built by either the city or the county right next to what we would be proposing and therefore have that full type of facility.
All right, I just had to ask because it was up there, but thank you very much.
No problem.
You never
If you
get
don't
anything
ask,
if
you
you
don't.
don't ask, right?
Thank you.
Welcome. Anyone else?
I think we're good. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Daniel Callahan. I'm with Bring Back the Ice Committee. I'm a 20-year Santa Monica resident, a very big youth sports advocate here in Santa Monica, and I can't say enough about the need for this multi-use facility, specifically if it has 2 sheets of ice with it. I've been on the board of directors of the Santa Monica Little League for about 4 seasons. I'm an 8-season commissioner with the Santa Monica Little League, and currently on the board of directors of the District 25 Challenger Special Needs Division baseball, where we play out of Culver High. Every kid that I've spoken to over the last 8 or 12 years has a giant desire to play ice hockey, to get out onto the ice. Now we know certainly this time of year our hotels are packed with Swedes and various Viking-rooted folks that would pay dearly to come off the beach and skate right here on the Civic Center property. And I want to follow up to what Dr. Steve and the rest of the Bring Back the Ice Committee spoke of, is that it would be the crown jewel of the city and certainly turn itself into a very big revenue generator while keeping kids busy 24/7. Anybody from Santa Monica High gets out, it's 90 degrees outside, and rather than wrestle and tug out on Pico and Lincoln all day, come on down to the ice and chill out for a bit and do homework. Child Development Center down there. It's a great place for kids when you come out of a 90-degree sunshine and into a 60-degree room. The change in mindset's incredible, and there's not one child or kid or sports enthusiast I've spoken to over the years that I've been coaching in Santa Monica who isn't interested in having a nearby ice rink. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, let me start by saying this is not a complaint. This is a reality. The needs to be addressed, that needs to be addressed. It's very important because Park and Recreation needs to clean up their parks. And we can go back to the subject of homelessness. Now, how can we clean up the parks and the streets? People feel that homeless people have help, and they should go to shelters. They can get free food, free showers, and everything else having to do with help. Yes, I agree. We have food donated, sometimes after the expiration date, and we don't know what real hunger is. I had a friend that went to Africa. He woke up saying he was hungry. They told him, look, you don't know hunger. You don't know hunger unless you haven't eaten for 2 weeks and don't know when you're going to eat again, period. Okay, so I admit we don't know hunger, but this is the thing right here. That's not the problem. People with mental and physical illnesses, sicknesses, have different ways of feeling depressed. Others with financial destitute, domestic violence victims are able to eat donated, sometimes expired food. That's not the issue. Again, the reason why we cannot clean up the people from the parks and the streets. Okay, people prefer to stay in the parks or to live in the streets because they are mistreated in the shelters. I have seen firsthand a man cough himself to death, and he died. He wasn't even noticed till 2 days later, inside of the shelter. You never been humiliated until you are in a humiliation. I'm sorry, this is emotional for me. You've never been embarrassed until you're an embarrassment, okay? We need to educate our shelters. We need to make sure that we educate our people, okay? To deal with sicknesses, to deal with mental issues, to deal with disabilities.
Thank you.
I work with them. I know how to deal with these things. You do not deal with them by speaking down to them.
Thank you. Tiffany Brown?
Hi, yes.
Yeah, there's only one Tiffany Brown here, right? Because I have 2 cards with Tiffany Brown here.
Oh.
Okay, I think you're the only one.
So I get 4 minutes?
No, you can't. Good try, though.
I'm a resident of Santa Monica for about 10 years, and I've been involved with the community garden for about 3. We asked some of the people that were and have been on the wait list. The wait list time right now is around 8 years to get a community garden. We asked them to give us some of their thoughts that I could share with you. The first is from Talia, who's actually an existing community gardener, who says that having a garden is one of the most rewarding things to happen in her adult life. The ability to grow her own organic food and nurture life from seed to fruit has been invaluable in these last 2 years. Diagnosed with leukemia at age 36, it gave her something to fight to return to and to meditate on as she healed and returned to health. Gardening is nurturing, life-sustaining, the cycle of life in its most basic form. Living in an urban environment, it provides its community members the opportunity to be part of that cycle and provides much-needed biodiversity. Sandy, who is a Santa Monica resident since 2007, writes, I turned in my community gardener application in 2011 when my son was 2 years old. He had such a desire to play in dirt, plant seeds, and just enjoy nature. At that time, the waiting list for a garden plot was about 3 years. I imagined that I'd be gardening with my son by the time he was in kindergarten. Well, he's nearly 7 years old now, and we're still on the waiting list. At this point, he's grown out of his play in the dirt phase, but he's still quite curious about how plants grow and the insects they attract. I would love to be able to spend time gardening with my son in a real garden while he's still a little kid. And lastly, from Grant, he writes, I strongly urge the council to include community garden resources in any park projects included in the LA Countywide Comprehensive Parks and Recreations Needs Assessment.
Thank you. Andrew Gledmill, Sean Landris, and Michelle Brodsky. Go ahead.
Okay. Andrew Gledhill, Ocean Park. I'm here this evening as a supporter of Airport to Park. I went to the airport art walk earlier this month to hand out some information about Airport to Park. And it's interesting what you find when you do that. You find that, obviously, you find a number of pilots out there, and they're starting to look like an endangered species, which some of us take some pleasure in. And there are people who, if we're being generous, use cynicism as an armor against disappointment. They don't want to entertain the idea that the city could deliver on its promises. But the best people to talk to, I found, are parents of small children, because maybe parenthood has distracted them from becoming jaded. You tell them there's going to be a park, and they say, cool, when? Where? Can we go there now? So while the city needs an ice rink and more swimming pools, let's please stay with the plan. Let's turn the first 12 acres at the airport into a park so everyone sees promises are kept. And let's do it while those children are still small. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sean Landris. I chair the Social Services Commission, which has offered its unanimous endorsement to the Recs and Parks recommendations on well-being and equity grounds as follows, and I'm reading the resolution. Whereas park acreage per capita and park accessibility are indicators of community well-being for people of all ages and abilities, and whereas park facilities are important sites for the equitable and inclusive provision of community, social, and human services, the Social Services Commission endorses the recommendations of the Recreation and Parks Commission for the Los Angeles Countywide Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment, with special attention to facilities that expand opportunities for active health and the provision of community, social, and human services for Santa Monica residents. I would just add from the conversation that concerns about diversity and equity, which are, of course, strategic concerns of the Council, drove particular Commission interest in the upgrade of Stewart Park and Memorial Park, as well as possibilities for the relatively underparked Wilmot area. But commissioners also cautioned that upgrades to Airport Park would need to be accompanied by significant pedestrian and bike safety improvements for children and youth along both the 23rd Street and Ocean Park Boulevard corridors. Just add lastly that we held the presentation at the Social Services Commission, which might not seem a likely venue for this conversation because we are working closely with the Wellbeing Index and the Wellbeing Project, and we believe that this is a unique opportunity for Santa Monica to do holistic policy making. I've said this before a few times. And this is another opportunity for us to communicate to the county as well that this is an important issue for Santa Monica residents' well-being, our equity, our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, it's Michael Brodsky. I'm sorry. Go on up.
Hello, I'm Michael Brodsky, and tonight I'm speaking on the behalf of the Santa Monica Airport to Park Foundation. The Santa Monica Airport to Park Foundation strongly agrees with the staff recommendations to include an expansion of Airport Park into the Los Angeles County-wide Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment, and as the staff recommends, to unbundle the multi-use recreation facility on the 12 acres of non-aviation land at the airport. The Foundation has no issue with such a facility eventually becoming part of the Great Park on the additional 160 acres of aviation land where there will be greater planning flexibility, or any other city location. After Measure LC was passed and Measure D defeated, the City Council wisely started the process to develop the 12 acres for recreation use with the focus on sports fields, with an emphasis on expediting the process, which our community desperately needs. We are pleased with the rapid progress that staff and council is making on planning this park. A noted park designer has already been hired. And 2 days ago, I visited the park site and was relieved to see that there is just one airplane remaining on that site. It is truly amazing, and you should go out and take a look. To see an airport parking lot that served just a few planes being transformed into playing fields and gardens that will serve tens of thousands of people is truly transformative. We are looking forward for the park planning process to begin, where community can give input on playing fields and community gardens, and we wish that you support the staff's report as written so we can keep this process on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. And we have Councilmember Gleam Davis in the queue.
Well, I have a couple of questions before we begin the discussion. So I'm looking at this point system up here, and it's clear from reading the staff report that the number of points assigned to a project go up if we need to acquire land to put it on. Is that correct?
That's correct. It'd be an additional point if we were to have to acquire land.
And with regard to the proposal for the 2 rinks with the field over and the acreage it's going to require, that doesn't really fit, does it, in the current specific center-specific plan footprint for the field, does it?
The parking lot is 4.9 acres, but the specific plan would have to be amended to allow such a facility to even happen because of the size limitations, the square footage limitations in the specific plan.
Right, and on top of that, since we don't know what we're going to do with the Civic Auditorium itself yet, we could get a proposal that might include cannibalizing some of the existing parking lot to make that cultural facility. I mean, right. I get the sense that's a lot of acreage for that corner. And I'm just not sure. I mean, when we've been talking about it before, we've been talking about an acre, up to an acre for a playing field, or maybe a little bit more. But 2.5 acres starts to chomp into the surrounding area a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, the child care center is about 1.4 acres.
Right.
The field, if it's a full athletic FIFA-size field, it's a little under 2 acres. That allows some room around it, and then there's still some remaining surface parking, more tucked towards the western end of the parking lot, closer to the auditorium itself.
Okay, great. And I guess my third question is, we did hear about pools. And I know it's a short length pool, but the Lincoln Pool, if we were to do infrastructure improvements to make that, because it's not used by Lincoln students all that much. It's a 6-week swimming program, and so it would seem to me that would be an ideal place for like after hours before school starts swimming. I know it's short, but if we were to do improvements to the Lincoln Pool to make it more accessible to the community, which I think are pretty extensive from the last time I was in there. You'd have to rearrange how you got into the pool area and things like that and put in real lockers. What would that be, a 1 or a 2 point, just out of curiosity?
Well, we're actually proceeding with some of that as part of the direction that you gave us at mid-year. So as part of the budget, of the exception-based budget that you'll be seeing later this spring, we have put in a request to, and we've been working with the school district to actually open up the Lincoln Pool with minimal improvements that mostly the district will handle.
Okay, and do we think that's going to make it usable to the public?
We do.
Okay, well then that idea goes out the window then, but for a good reason. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it goes in the water, right? Mayor Pro Tem.
So, I was confused by the discussion before about you get an extra point of view, you need to acquire land. We already own all of this land with the possible exception of the city streets, right? So, if that's not the case, how do you get more points? Is it just the scope of the project that gets?
Well, by the county standards, a project can be up to 3. So if you were to build a new park, 1 point would be for acquiring land, and if you don't have to do that, then obviously that's a point you would not have to count. And then for the next 2 points, those points are distributed to either building a specialty facility or can get you 2 amenities at the new park.
I see. And then if all goes well, what is the timeline for actually getting these funds in the best case scenario from the county?
Well, officially, the comprehensive assessment is being done completely separate of any potential bond measure, but it is one of the reasons that it is being done is to inform a potential bond measure. And if that were to be placed on the ballot in November, which the County Board of Supervisors has not made the formal decision on that, I think the the assessment would start the next fiscal year. The tax assessment would start probably the next fiscal year, and we would have to work with the county more on that. This is really as far as we have gotten with them on this, and anything beyond this study would come after.
What I'm getting at
is,
we are fast tracking that airport park expansion, and is there the possibility we'd be done with it before they ever delivered a dollar?
Do you want to speak to that?
My estimation is that they could supplement funding for that. It's not going to be inexpensive to build 12 acres of airport park, convert 12 acres of airport park land, and it's very possible. I think in the last go around with bond measures, if I recall, there's a process where they do guidelines for how the bonds would be spent, and that gets reviewed, and then those get established. And so it's probably a good year at least before any money would flow.
But we could use that money within a year from now.
It depends on whether they put a measure on
the ballot.
Any ballot.
So this is all conjecture.
It is all conjecture. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that this set of priorities does inform our funding independently moving forward to some degree.
Sure, and the extent that it informs other people might be out there willing to give us grants, so you know what our priorities are. I get that part. I just was curious. And then my final question about Stewart Park, which I agree with Councilmember Davis, that could use a lot of love. But it's my understanding, and I don't know how much you've discussed it with Public Works, but we still have the possibility of part of our project to put in a third well of just digging up the old dump and then putting in a reservoir underneath there and then starting afresh in Stewart Park. If we were to get these funds to renovate Stewart Park from the county, I just want to make sure we would be financing the underground work probably with our settlement money on the water pollution, but we could go ahead and then use those funds for the surface improvements if we did something underneath. Is that correct?
The county funds could be used for the park infrastructure. It wouldn't be used for the reservoir underneath.
Yeah, but they wouldn't say, oh, well, you've got this big project, you can't use this money for the top to fix it up. I mean,
if the last bond measure is any indication of how they might rule, we used over $10 million towards park improvements, which included everything from playground renovations at 5 playgrounds in the community to Reed Park renovation. So there was a lot of flexibility in terms of the use of the per capita funds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
Thank you. Well, so it's I want to well, you said, sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to say don't go. The per capita funds. This is, so we're doing these 10 points, and then there may be a bond. Let's assume there is a bond. And then how do they determine? There are 88 cities in LA County. Then the LA County has its own unincorporated areas. So what do we, of these 10 points, how many points do we think are going to be funded?
I don't think
If any.
they're actually connected so much to each other.
Yes.
The county parks needs assessment is a mechanism for the county staff to assess the broadest need and make a case for why a new bond measure might be necessary countywide. In the last bond measure, we, as I said, it was based on a per capita amount of money, and then there was actually 2 bonds that came through. There was like the big one and then a baby one subsequent to it, and we received over $10 million over time, plus maintenance funds.
So they do the bond, and then we would have to apply, I assume, for certain projects. They'd put up matching funds for other types of projects. I mean, it will be these bear a little connection to the ultimate money or what we get. Is that right?
That's correct. They're using this and what they get from the other 188 study areas to come up with a cost estimate in the broadest sense. That is our understanding from the staff and the consultants who are working on this study.
So we should keep talking to those hockey teams. Is that where we are? Okay,
yeah,
thank
probably.
you.
Councilor Gleam Davis.
Well, does everyone ask questions? Because I'm ready, I guess, to start commenting, I think.
I think we're ready.
Okay, great. So a couple of things. I as someone whose son has played hockey for most of his life, a former King season ticket holder, and also he played lacrosse. I think the idea of an ice rink and a sports field is great. I'm not sure the Civic Center, given the size constraints we have there, is the right place for it, especially since we're still trying to figure out what we're going to do with the Civic Auditorium. And I do think parking is an issue, and I'll just refer people if they, the Anaheim Ducks practice facility down on Harbor in Anaheim doesn't have dedicated parking. You have to use the parking structure across the way, and that's caused some serious problems with hockey tournaments that start on Friday mornings. So parking does get to be an issue with hockey rinks, and you do, when it's tournament time, generate a lot of traffic, and I'm just not sure that's what we want at 4th and Pico. That's not to say it's not a great idea. My son skated at Culver. I was sorry to see it close, but he skated in Simi Valley and Van Nuys and everywhere else. I mean, and so I know how rinks function, and they generally function with a fair amount of parking. So I think, and they can generate traffic at tournament time. So I just think it's important to make sure if we're going to do that sort of facility to put it in the right place. Airport Park may be the right place, but but not the 12 acres we're talking about now. I'm thinking about the bigger in concept Airport Park, where we're going to have hopefully more than a couple hundred acres to program, and that might be a great place for it. So I guess the comments I would make are, I would like to add a point to renovating Stewart Street Park. I really think that that's a facility that, compared to our other parks, is lacking. And it's not just a question of the fact that the playing field is more of a bowl than a flat space, but just the facilities there. They're old. I know we're planning on doing some renovations in connection, but I just think if one of the things we're trying to do with this, aside from make a list of priorities for the county, is tell the community what our priorities are, I think Stewart Park would be a good place to tell the community that that's a priority for us fixing up. So I'd like to add a point there. And I agree with the staff recommendation to take the Airport Park 12 acres off, because I do think Somebody said we need to move forward with that. We made that promise to the community. We've already designed it. And I just don't think the timing's right. I don't think this money's going to materialize in the time that we want to be able to show the community we took that land out of aviation use and turned it into a park. And I'm not sure about the paying ourselves back later, how that would all work. The other issue I have is build a new park, urban green belt. I think that's a great idea to explore, but given the city attorney's comments and quite honestly sort of the vagueness of it, I appreciated Mr. Goldman's, drawings of how it could happen, but still kind of a vague idea. It seems to me we're in a little different position than many other communities in the county of LA. A lot of communities in the county of LA have a lot of land. And so they can say, yeah, go out and build a park. For us, we don't have a lot of land available to us to build parks. And that's why I asked about the acquiring land, because it seems to me, and I mentioned this at the budget cycle, is building some sort of capacity to acquire land that is appropriate for a park space. And that's obviously a very specific kind of land, preferably on a corner, preferably in an area that is underparked. The middle of Wilmot, might be a good example. And so I don't know if there's a way to characterize it or if that would be too vague, but to talk about actually using some of these points to actually acquire land for and build necessary parks, because we're not the suburbs. We don't have a lot of land available to us. We don't, have a lot of underutilized old warehouse space or old grocery stores that went under that, it's easy to acquire. The cost of acquiring land in Santa Monica is very high. So I think telling the county we're a compact city and we're a dense city, and so we need to be able to acquire land wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. So those are sort of my thoughts. Now, how that all adds up in the points, I'm not sure. But I think if you take out the 2 points for expanding Airport Park, since I think there's a consensus maybe that staff's recommendation there to take that out so it doesn't interfere with the playing fields is a good one. You add one of those points to Stewart Park, and then you sort of build a new park, urban greenbelt on city-owned land, and maybe convert that into a 3-pointer that is acquire land for park and urban greenbelt, including community gardens or something like that. Might be a way to reallocate the points. I'm not going to make that motion because I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say, but that was sort of what I was thinking about as I was moving my 10 points around in my mind.
Councilor McEwen?
Well, I think the staff recommendation actually was not to remove the multi-use recreational facility, but to make it not so specific to Airport Park, to take out that specificity. Moving the points around, I think, toward the land acquisition is important, because that is the problem we have, is we don't own enough land to do the parks we would like to do. I just want to suggest to the council, though, that what we have to find here is the right balance to present to the county of interest and flexibility, because as we've heard, this is just the beginning of a process that really hasn't even gone to the point of a bond yet. We don't know how much money might be yielded by this and how much of this we might be able to do with our share of a county-wide bond. So I think we need to be somewhat generic in what we suggest, because we don't know really what we'll be able to afford to do. But I think land acquisition should be part of it.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
So I'm going to try a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation, which would be the 2 points to the Civic Center sports field, 2 points to the Expand Memorial Park, 2 points to Expand Airport Park, but take out the multi-use recreation facility, because as staff knows, we don't want to slow that process down. I agree with Councilmember Davis. It'd be great to have that in a larger part of an airport park, but I just don't think the timing is right for that. Keep the 1 point from Mount Olivet, move 1 point from the bottom category up to renovate Stewart Street Park. So everything's the same, except take out the multi-use for the time being, much as I think it'd be great to have that. We got to figure that out some more. And then change the bottom category just to acquiring new lands for parks and community gardens.
Second.
Clarifying
Oh,
question?
you have a question? Go ahead. Councilman
So
Davis.
it's just 1 point for acquiring the land?
Oh.
Yep.
And is that doable? Because I thought that acquiring land made you go up in points.
If you are just would be requesting county funds just to acquire the land, that could be included, but the county would expect the city to develop the land at your expense.
Hey, if they can buy the land, it costs more than the buildings in the city, so.
Councilor Emmerich?
So I have a question. When we discuss the 1.4 acres per thousand, right? Does that include any of the land at the airport now?
Only
And
what
how
is
much?
currently parkland. What is
So the
currently
12
airport
acres
park.
only?
The 12 acres is not included. It's the existing airport park, which I believe is 7 acres, 8 acres.
So if, so I guess the thing that baffles me a little about all of this is, it's not that, and let me just say that I am a big believer in acquiring as much land as we can for parks, for affordable housing, for all of the projects we want to do. And have been, but then when we're confronted with pieces of land we already have, and I'm thinking specifically of 4th and 5th in Arizona, but also other pieces of land, instead of using it for this open space that we so desperately need, we want to build buildings on it. And I think that there's an inherent tension in that. I think that I think that in some ways we don't always keep our eye on the ball in that sense. Now, that said, I too am very concerned about Stewart Park, and I'm not sure it might not need 3 points because you have to remediate it and get all the methane out from under it, which is the reason that there are those big bumps in it. But I'm hoping 2 points would be enough to fix it. I just want to emphasize the community gardens, which whenever I see them, there are always a lot of people in them. They're generally older people. I think that they don't get broad enough community use. I think we don't have enough of them. And I also think that what Mayor Vasquez was saying about there are these areas that are ripe for community gardens, such as those areas by the freeway. I know there's a piece of land right by Centinela, right by on the north side of Centinela across at Pico, that is full of trash that could be a community garden, and I think the restaurant next to it is willing to help make it a community garden. So I think we need to have more coordinated efforts to take areas of land that aren't being used and that sort of collect trash and look and sort of try to get the community around doing gardens and doing other things there. And I think that people will embrace it. But other than that, I do support the motion, and I think that it's a good one. I was sorry to hear that we don't own the land on the streets to turn them into parks. So maybe we could find out which land we do own, or we could turn Santa Monica Boulevard into another 3rd Street promenade. So.
Seeing nobody else on the queue, then, I guess we're ready to vote.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous 7-0. Thank you, staff. Move on to 13.
Next, we have item 13A, request of Councilmember Winter that the council allocate $7,000 to the Ocean Park Association, a 501c3, to hire a professional coordinator to assist with organizing and staging of the annual 4th of July parade on Main Street.
It's always
And
spinning.
you have no request to speak.
Go ahead.
So I think we've done this numbers of times in the past, and it should be relatively self-explanatory. Once again, the parade began as an volunteer organization, but as it expanded in its scope and attracted more people, and some of those original founding volunteers got worn out, it became necessary, in order to keep it going, to hire someone professional to organize the troops get everything together for the morning of 4th of July, and hence the request for this money. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
I move that we fund the professional for the 4th of July parade. $7,000. Is that what you want?
I'll second it.
You want more?
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody in the queue, I guess we can go ahead and take a vote.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous, 7-0.
So next we have 14, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 5 requests to speak.
Let me start with Denise Barton, Jacqueline Richardson, Andrea McPherson, then Art Casillas.
And good evening. Tonight I'll be speaking about the city's smoking ordinance and how hard the city is making it for disabled persons such as myself to be able to smoke medical marijuana in my new apartment. When I first asked for the reasonable accommodation from AO Apartments with the submission of medical documents, I was declined. I then went to the city attorney for help, and the first correspondence, February 4th, 2016, it said to make my unit a smoking unit, my doctor would have to specify that I needed to be able to smoke the medical marijuana instead of taking it in edible form, which I provided to both the building's management and the city attorney's office. But then there was correspondence from the city attorney's office March 2nd, 2016, which really said nothing and seemed to be done to make the situation take longer and longer, increasing my pain and suffering. But now, in the next correspondence from the city attorney's office, March 2nd, 2016, now there are all these new stipulations and things which need to be included in my doctor's note. So obviously the city council's claim to be in support of and make exemptions for medical marijuana in the city smoking ordinance is another big lie. The city of Santa Monica would rather discriminate against disabled people in this manner, kind of like opening dispensaries in the city, which also hasn't happened yet. So how much support for medical marijuana does the city council really have? I like the city council and attorney's office are playing games with me. For example, a tennis game where the one player stops the game and says, I want to change this rule, and this rule, with the other player responding, what are you talking about? I don't think so. Or really, how many people are able to dictate to their doctors what to write? So might that stipulation be a little unreasonable? In ending, if you are willing to support me in this discriminatory action taken against me as a disabled person who does not respond well to non-organic medications, please allow me to encourage you to contact AO Apartments, the City Council, the City Attorney's Office, and City Manager's Office, because I feel like a seal being forced to jump through hoops.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Jacqueline? Oh, come on over, Jacqueline.
Richardson, this concerns marriages at a very low rate now. The marriage rate is 37%. Not every person is interested in getting married. However, many are. This nation, city, county, and the United States is a deplorable place for marriage right now. Why? Because according to my statistics, only 37% of the population now is legally married. Some women really do not know they need to be married in order to be married. They don't know they need a marriage certificate, a ceremony, and they need to file the paperwork. The marriage rate used to be 97%. Now it's 37%. In other words, people are shacking together or living together without benefit of marriage. Common law marriages are not recognized as being legal. In Marvin versus Marvin, the judge voted in place of the man who verbally promised this lady that he would support her for the rest of her life. The judge ruled that the promise was verbal and that he did not give out monetary rewards for sexual favors. Many people do not realize in order to get married, they need a marriage license or certificate, and they have to turn those papers into the government office in 10 days. Some people don't realize in order to be legally married, if they were married before, they need to get a legal divorce in order to marry the next person. And if they don't, they're committing bigamy, and bigamy is a crime. These people include Americans, Russians, Hispanics, and Hispanics.
Thank you. Andrea McPherson, Art Casillas, and then Jonathan Foster.
I want to firmly speak for the Santa Monica residents who are unhoused. We need trained staff who know how to show empathy, not sympathy. They know how to speak to the disabled and the like. My first time on this podium, I spoke about how I was not able to get into a shelter. I spoke with the director of all shelters in Santa Monica. He told me I could not get a bed because I had epilepsy. And that's true. But this is the thing here. I had people help me with the city of Santa Monica. And help is when you don't expect anything in return. You have some good people here in Santa Monica. Good council members, good police. You have good firemen. You have good people in Santa Monica that could help the people of Santa Monica who are unhoused. Only if they knew the information. If they don't know, they can't help. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to be negative at all. My car was vandalized October the 3rd, and I still haven't heard word from the police. But they do have a program if you've been stalked and your car's been vandalized on city property, city parking lots, that they would be able to help you. How do you guys suggest that I submit the information to you guys so that I can get help? My car has been vandalized.
We can't answer back, but if you could leave the information with our city clerk, we'll have staff follow up on that.
By the way, I wouldn't have a car unless we had programs like Poverty Matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Art Casillas and Jonathan Foster.
Good evening, Art Casillas. You're asking for $15 million to build more supposed affordable housing. In Pico neighborhood, you're enabling drug sales on blacks and Mexicans because you refuse to make police department do their job. My brother's house, next to 52 apartments were drug sales and daycare center, and you don't care. I ask you to help my brother qualify for Section 8 as he is 67 years old, retired on a medical. Section 8 says come back in 5 years. But drug addicts you allow won't let him sleep, ultimately could break in and kill him. Next, we've been asking you to name 26 an Olympic Expo rail station for private Joe Gondara, and you crookedly offer a hidden buffer park instead. At March 17th of 16 Parks and Recreation meeting, they said same opinion. A buffer park only shows you're working in cahoots, which will be proven April 26th of 16 at City Council meeting. Pam O'Connor on your City Council also sits on Metro Rail Board, says nothing. But she knows plaques of commemoration is the beginning process for naming a rail station, which has already been done many times before. 26th Street Bergamot, private Joe Gondara station would commemorate our World War II fallen soldier of Mexican heritage. Now also City Yards meeting next to Bergamot Station on March 14th of 16, Mr. Pastucci and city contract planners said 600 parking spaces are needed, 250 for city vehicles and about 350 spaces for Bergamot Station. Why should taxpayers pay for parking for Bergamot Station we have no say about? God bless you, be with you, and us too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Foster, and here are some pictures of women troop members in the United States military. All women lawyers get their power from these women. And I'd like to pause 5 seconds to honor all fallen women that have died in uniform. Thank you so much for your service.
To live among us here in Santa Monica, and for me at least that was the case with superstar musician and composer Keith Emerson,
Wow.
who died here on March 10th and apparently had lived in Santa Monica since the mid-90s. Keith Emerson was a progressive rock keyboardist of extraordinary virtuosity and inventiveness. He was born in England, in Yorkshire, from a musically inclined family, no surprise there. His father urged Keith to learn the piano, but Keith Emerson said he never had any real formal classical training. Keith said he learned to play piano from little old ladies, the local piano teachers in that part of Yorkshire. By the time Keith Emerson moved to London in his late teens, he'd become a master of both acoustic and electronic keyboards. I first played his music on the radio from a band called The Nice, but it was in joining up with Greg Lake and Carl Palmer to form the supergroup Emerson, Lake and Palmer that Keith Emerson became internationally recognized. Keith Emerson teamed up with the inventor of the Moog synthesizer and brought that instrument into progressive rock and roll. It was featured prominently in the ELP albums Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Tarkus, Trilogy, Brain Salad Surgery, and other big hits of 1970s era FM rock radio. Keith Emerson, who lived here in Santa Monica, is survived by his girlfriend, Mary Kawaguchi of Santa Monica, his ex-wife, Eleanor, his sons, Aaron and Damon, and by legions of fans like me and fellow musicians inspired by his creativity and his dazzling musicianship. Keith Emerson was 71.
I'm glad you had more history than I had with him in terms of his background. He actually lived down the street from me. He was in Sunset Park, and a good friend of mine that is also a musician had the opportunity to work with him on some of his after projects after he kind of retired somewhat from the industry. And I had an opportunity to meet him a couple of times, and he was a well-respected individual in our community. Sorely be missed. Councilmember Hemmerich.
So I know this is unusual, and I know we normally adjourn in favor of Santa Monicans, but I woke up this morning to the horror of what happened in Brussels. I think the latest death toll is over 30, and I don't think that on a day like this we can let an awful and horrifying event like that and such terrible human loss go by without mentioning them at a moment like this in this meeting.
That's good. No other adjournments? Oh, Councilor Glenn Davis.
I just want to add to that obviously what happened in Brussels was horrific. What's been troubling me is that there have been a number of terrorist attacks that even haven't caught the eye of the media because they haven't occurred in Europe. Turkey, several African nations have been hit by terrorists. And so I think if we are going to remember what happened in Brussels, and I think that's very important, we really should remember what is going on around the world, that so many people live in an insecure situation and don't know from one minute from the next whether or not the person standing next to them has some evil intent. So I appreciate you bringing it up, but I want to make sure that we recognize it's not just Brussels, it wasn't just Paris, it's really going on around the world.
No, that's a good point. Councilor
San Bernardino.
Oh, yes. I think we're good to adjourn. Next meeting will be April the 12th.